Hello. Inquiry. Oh no. Hey, I'll go. I'm just gonna wait a minute and see if people show up and let the ads roll and all that shit. Oops. I'm just gonna wait the minute for the ads to stop and then I'll start. I'm just gonna walk through the game and talk about things that maybe are not obvious to people or is my personal insight about a specific thing. And I'm probably gonna practice a little bit too. It's like an excuse for me to go through everything and rethink some stuff. So I did a couple of screens. I did one screen yesterday and I realized I could save like some frames on it without much effort. And it made me want to do... I've had this idea for a while, but this made me want to do it more. First line of the game, you hold A. It's gonna be like Andy-style tutorial, which is terrible, and I hate it, but hopefully it's less cluttered and terrible. And it's not designed for newer players, so like, you can skip a lot of the stuff. I see people not use enough buttons to cancel the last text on the uncle thing, and the same thing to get out of bed. You can press like everything. And hover pumping. I usually hover pump on the everything except for the left D-pad when I think it's appropriate. I see people, well, let me start over. Let's walk back there again. I should make more save states. You want to make sure to touch, like when you're going around this bush, you want to backtrack and touch against it. Because if you're like over here, when you fall into the hole, you're sliding in diagonally and it's slower. So make sure you're on the grid. Hey Requiem, hey Josh, holy shit. Josh is going to tell me all the things that I'm wrong about. If you want to get a good room time in this room, use a different practice hack. Save your frame. You're about to learn so many things. No, you probably know more than I do. So, something I do is, a lot of people do it as well, is like, I don't go down here until I'm ready to slash the bush. It's like, whatever. Just so you don't waste frames walking into the bush. You can pump against the tree, I hate it. And another thing that I see is... Once you're facing left here, you can hold down left the whole way. I see people do weird stuff where they'll hold cardinal left and nudge this thing, which is bad. If you don't show Scud Yards, I'm leaving. I'm gonna show it. Promise. When this guy doesn't see you, I'm gonna show all of it, but when he doesn't see you, you want to walk up to about here, and then diagonal. And I'll wait. I'll do this a million times till I get the RNG. Maybe it might be locked, but I don't think so. Let's make a new save state just in case. Oh, I stink. Like this one. You do that, and it gives you a clear path to get past him. It's actually like the easiest and the fastest. I think I saw Zelna like do his pumping stuff against this thing, which seems insane to me. Staying high below the tree, actually, I'm probably wasting a little bit there. But the thing I'm trying to avoid is... like, when I go to slash the bush, I'm holding down into the bush for too long and not moving at all. But there's like a middle ground where... you can move down some, but, like, I don't know. I value not walking to the bush more. Yeah. What that guy said? I don't have very good visual cues, but you can basically cut this almost as... I see people go, like, way around, and weird shit happens. You can be super aggressive with the diagonal on the up slash, and it makes it better. I shouldn't admit that I don't have visual cues, but... you get the worst RNG when you're a little bit slower. But if you can do it, just do the left slash. Hey, well, I'll say, hey, Green Cola. I'm pretty sure for this. I don't know if select buffering messes it up, but you barely have to move down at all here. Like 2 frames or some shit. I don't know how much I wanted to use, like, point the cam at my controller, but I do a weird grip for this, so I can hover pump when I get to the bottom. Maybe I'll show it once. Hello? Can't, it's not really very good, but I swap like this, so I can walk normally. Crotch cam is back, yeah, that's all you get. But yeah, I do a weird grip. Feliz Anniversario de Affiliation. And I haven't decided whether I want to pump like this or get some hover pumps on the right side. And pumping this room feels a little bad, but like on this part specifically, the better your pumping is, the more efficient it is. Like every time you save a frame, you're probably saving 2 because you're beating the search beams more and more, so you can cut it even closer. I can probably work on this room on my own and save a bunch. It seems like I can really milk it even more than what I thought I was. Yeah, I've been going way too high. If this guy moves left, do you want to cardinal to spin him? We'll talk about the spin hitbox and how it's massive. The spin hitbox is like a big square, and I'm pretty sure it's a very nice square. I'm pretty sure this will hit here. Like that's how gargantuan it is. So doing the cardinal saves you a lot of walking. Let's, I don't like what I've done here. Okay, let's leave it, I guess. For this thing, I walk diagonal a little bit until a link intersects that area, and then I slash. And I try to, for insurance, I try to make sure I'm really far right on the statue. Like, even here is pretty good. And then you can buffer up left during the spin, so Link will face up. It saves you. This is another thing that saves you from holding a nice line. Is it good? I don't know. Like, I lost 3 frames there from doing a double cardinal. Is it actually good? No, it's not. It moves. It's fine. This is probably a good time to talk about the text box noises when it makes the last little doo-doo. That's when you can cancel it normally. Not this one specifically, but like any other chest that you open. And if you watched Zelda recently, he times, like, he doesn't mash his stuff anymore. To my knowledge, he times almost everything, like all the dialogue and stuff. What have I missed? You missed all of it, bud. We went in reverse. But thank you for the raid, Meowski. I was watching you practice the same room over and over again. It was fun. Where's the money, Meowski? He's been like that. Yeah, I think he's been like that for a long time, but I didn't notice until he did the room grind, and he was like, you could see his inputs in the practice hack and stuff. Hey, Dennis. I do a weird thing that I don't recommend where, like, I'll mash it for, like, no reason, and then I'll time it at the end, which is, pretty redundant. Oops. And I'll use, like, for this one specifically, or a lot of the time, I'll use the direction as one of the buttons to cancel the text. So I'll do like a right L, R, Y to try to... I'm not trying to get the first frame, but I'm trying to get one of the first. I don't go super sweaty on it. If you, we can go over this. All the little things that are 8 pixels wide, or most of them, if you diagonal into them, you go slower. Like when you go across this with a diagonal, you're going 1 pixel per frame. So if you're pumping up here, you want to not pumping it, the stair thing. First, citrus. There's more examples of that people probably don't know that I'll point out later. My warning, my advice here is going to be shitty. Perfect. I don't know how to word my thoughts on this one. Yeah, clean, perfect. First of all, I think touching the table's bad, but Zelda does it in his room time. Secondly, when you get about here, you need to make a decision on... You need to start making a decision on the ball and chain, and where he stops, and whether you want to slash early, slash normally, or, like, delay slightly. And then based on that, there's like a tree of stuff that you want to do. I end up, if I have to delay my first slash, I end up going slow on the 5th or 6th one as well. I don't know if that makes sense. Somebody can correct me. See, that was bad. I should have been a little quicker. This is fine. That was an easy one. Okay, I waited a frame too long. I tried to delay the 5th hit there. Is there a pattern where you want to go lower? Hold on, it's too hot in here. First thing I'd say is, I want to re-warn you that my advice is bad. So anything I say just might actually just be totally wrong. And the second thing I'd say is, a good thing to do is to watch Eddie do the fight. But the problem is we're all banned in there, so that's kind of hard. But what's the question? I don't think you need to go lower. I think that you can just wait and it's fine. But I'm unsure. Speak for yourself. Hey daddy, hey close. Oops. And if you want to be a gamer, you can double pump in the doorway. So this is the same thing with the chest. I'll press up LRA to get the cancel and like try to open the chest. And I'm not trying for the first frame, but I'm trying for like the first 3. And I do the same grip change here so I can start hover pumping. Like I'll cancel the text with the diagonal. And I'll set up my hands for hover pumping. Made it worse because you down, that's right. It's one of those things you copy and paste. Hey, spaces. Something I see a substantial amount of players do is they don't... Once you get, like, here, you can be holding diagonal. And I'll see people lose a little bit of time not rounding this cleanly. Like, they're going like that. So the next bit of advice I'd say is holding diagonal's good. I think it's the lag thing. Like, if it stops, the game is incurring lag frames. Wait, that's not how I do that. I do like hover pumps here, but realistically, you can get almost 3 piles of pumping. Even though the chest is only 1, you get like 15 pixels on the top and the bottom. I don't think I saved any time, but it's fine. There we go, we got 5 frames out of that one. Oops. My save state isn't very good. And sometimes you have to avoid the guards, it's whatever. And this is like, I see people pump here, and it's like really good, but I hate it. I can't get it to save any time because my regular pumping is really bad. Hey, Pops. Always stay on the right side unless it's free to not do that. You can get pretty creative in this room with how you get past some intrusive RNGs and save like a boomerang throw, but I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze unless you're really confident in what you're doing. Also, this save state might stink. That was just fine. So there might have been something I missed here. You can see on the top of the screen, actually, I don't know if people know this. It's been pointed out in other places, but you can see the shadow of this guard and what he's gonna do. I forgot to mention it before. So he went up. Like you can make a judgment call on how tight you want to hold the wall. My he doesn't have that row, yeah. That's also a common problem. But yeah. This one, you can... Something I do is I do LRA to cancel the text. Because, like, pressing the A button here is not a penalty unless you're grabbing this, so just don't be bad. I don't know where I learned the guard shadow from. It was probably from you in somebody else's review, I would imagine. Question in that rune. Very good. Is dragging the stair bad? I think so, but I do it anyway. I'm gonna say yes, you might lose a frame. Let's go back and look at it. What? Shut up. I don't know if she's gonna talk to me here. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So, let's look at it. I don't think so. I don't think we're losing a pixel there. But like, it's only a pixel. Zelna does some pumping in this room, and I couldn't get it to save any time, but his pumping's a lot better than mine. I don't think this is a thing to worry about, but it's good to know about. But like, if you disregard it, that's fine. This up here, I don't bother to pump on the stairs, I just diagonal into the cancel. I bet you could get really good times if you did both. Something I do here is I'll be holding left to cancel this text, and I'll tap up LR to like try to reduce the nudge on this, but not touch this thing. Whether it's worth it, I don't know. It's just a thing that I do. Oh. Insane thing, like, you could pump on this. As Christos Owen once said, if you're not pumping this pot, are you even playing Zelda? I typically avoid the pumps where I have to swing around something and backtrack to hit it. Yeah, but you can air pump after. I'm a huge fan of boosting off the bottom guy here when the RNG presents itself. And the little shitty pumps in this room that seem like they're not meaningful can sometimes be meaningful. Oops. Is it better to diagonal to the wall and then pump it, or air pump to the wall? It probably depends. There's some amount of the time you have to dodge the rat when you're against the wall. I think the answer is going to be how good your pumping is. If you can get to the wall and your pumping's really good, you're going to be going like 2 pixels up the wall. I think that's better than the air pumping. But I don't know. See, Zelna doesn't go to the wall because I think he wants to avoid the risk. I do go to the wall. I do the thing WQ does, which I did it the first time I was in there, where I just go to the wall and pump my dick off, and if the rat's in the way, I just move to the left. Sometimes it's bad because the rat stops, and then I bunk into him trying to go around. He pumped his dick clean off. Don't say that. That was a good one. That was super efficient. Ah! I didn't have my hand on the controller. Well, I would recommend sneaking in the little shitty pumps here that feel meaningless because they're pretty helpful. So I hover pump in this room too, and I just, when I get close to the rat or the snake, I just throw the boom. And there's a lot you can do in here that I don't do. I think I do like the thing that Josh does, where, or Josh used to do 100 years ago. Let's just get here. You can aggro this guy on purpose, and it gives you more room to pump here. But my single pumping isn't very good, so I just don't bother with it, and I try to set up the hover pump on the next wall. And I hover pump this too. You can hold left to exit the door and like pump up. It's the same thing as regular pumping. Oops. I have a hard time canceling the text box here. Because of the D-pad shit I'm doing. Oh, terrible. Whatever. If you manip the bat early, there's also a chance it moves in your path. Yeah. Yeah. I don't fuck with that stuff. For this one, I like to pump off the wall a little bit. It's kind of like, if you get a medium bad RNG, you're a little more likely to have a good time with the rat, where some people will, you know, turbo pump on that, which is pretty fast, but I don't particularly like it. Perfect. Runs over. Something, so if you listen, when the rats make their noises, that's actually when they stop. And you can use that to help you determine where they are. Like if I come into this room and some of the guys go to the right, well, I guess they won't do it now. Like the top guy went to the right, so that's really dangerous on the way back. It's not a good... I'll try to do it without talking, just so we can see. So I'm not going to go to the wall until really late. Like, until I'm past the door. To, like, give myself enough time to see what the guys are going to do with the light cone. This is dangerous, too. Oops, I'm bad. Also, you might notice that I'm pumping a little too high. Don't be like me. I think if you pump fast enough, you can beat the bad rat here, but I can't do that without changing my grip to something atrocious. I want to get it once. I guess I could talk about just a general thing in here, or like dead rocks or whatever. If there's a situation where it's kind of like a 50-50 if the rat will hit me. Like, let's say the rat's where I am, and I want to walk around him. If he goes up or right, I'm going to get hit. So I don't take the 50-50s, and I'll usually just do the safe thing. If it's a 50-50, I'll just slash the guy. And it's the same with dead rocks or, like, a lot of other decisions. And the only other thing I'd say about this is get lucky. For this screen, I walk roughly to this line and try to read the... I guess this is a better way to show it. This line, before I do the diagonal. I try to read the snake, the rat during that time. I tried to do the thing where you just throw the boomerang or you slash or whatever, and I hate that. It feels really bad. Oops, but then I play like shit and fuck it up. Good for me. This screen, so you can hold the A button the whole way, and once you reach the thing, you'll touch it. I don't necessarily do that. What I do is, once I round this corner, I'll swap to upright to make sure that I'm flush with the wall. And I'll get the text. Then from here, I'll do right LRA. And I'll hold the A button then. Wait. Or I'll do like... I try to time the A press, which is dumb. But it helps me get the down input, the cardinal down. And it's just a thing that is comfortable for me. If you're not against the wall, you get sticky fingers. Or... how close do you have to be? Well, 2 didn't even work, so let's... Yeah, 2 doesn't grab it. I guess 1 away does. Milk! Hey, Ethan. I'm gonna do that room a couple more times without talking. And get rat frames if you can. We're not gonna do the escape. Or the sanctuary. I think the trees are weird, where they're like... for some reason the top and bottoms are like not on the grid. Yeah, they're like... I have to move 8 pixels. Well, they are on the grid, but they're not in 16 pixel intervals on both the top and the bottom. So I try to hold diagonal for what I think is 8 frames doing the screen transition. this is... The next two screens are like why I like A Link to the Past as a speedrun, the decisions you have to make, and how much, like... making a good decision versus a bad one can be pretty impactful, like seconds. When you get really creative with the stuff that you can do. I don't have any specific insight. But like, just be a good player. I'll just do it a couple times and maybe something stands out. Or just be like Yo-Ho and just hold down. I would say it's better to be safer than it is to be aggressive. Like, getting hit backwards is really bad. Close your eye. Okay. Easy screen, right? Oh, I'm stuck on the rock. Fuck me. That was close. There's like some stuff you can do. If the guy's shooting from the right, you can get like a cheeky shield block and then continue on your way. And a lot of the time I take the T-bones if it's not going to put me backwards. Anyway, that's usually the screen goes pretty fine. Old diagonals is good. I slash a lot more than I probably should on this screen. I take that guy pretty safely. A lot of the time, you can avoid a lot of adversity by just damage boosting off the statue. Pretty slow though. Whoops, I'm bad. So, I guess I can talk about some specifics here. This guy's an asshole. This guy, if he's shooting through the hole, you can turn right and then go through the hole so you can block the stuff. I was gonna say something else that was important and I forgot. Oh, yeah. So the Armos Knights, they have like their activation box is a big rectangle. So it's better to approach him from the bottom to aggro him first. Hello. Hey Fox. So yeah, right here is he activates. But if you're way up here, it's still the same activation. So it's quicker to get to this location than it is to this one if you can help it. And it's the same with like the mimics and stuff. Oops. Let's do it one more time, I guess. I want to get one more good one. Fuck, that wasn't the good one. It was too hard. Getting hit like that, it's not that bad. I'm glad that I showed that. So you can just walk through the statue. See, that wasn't even a bad time for how poorly I played it. Something I do here is... I do like a BA to throw the pot, because there's no penalty to pressing the A button yet. And for here, I just try to get the quick boom. I just get close and hope for the best. Where's my music? I've noticed Zelna. I try to pump a little bit on the screen, but Zelna goes crazy. Like if he has to go on this right side, his Link just goes fucking. It's like he's dashing. Oops. Perfect. I don't have that much insight on that screen. So you gotta be pretty high to hit the switch. I'm 2 pixels away from the top. Typically what happens is if I need the heart, I'll come in a little bit too high and nudge my way down. And I look at this little dot here, like when I go up, I'll cover the dot with my shadow and then I'll diagonal so the shutter door doesn't slow me down. Nah, that's not good. I wanna... Yeah, it's a 545.6 escape, and like, when I watched it, the best way I can put it is it doesn't look that good. Like, he just looks like he's doing everything normally, but way faster. And like, I don't expect to get on that level, but I'd like to go a little faster. So this screen, you can just hold diagonal from the door. I see a lot of people don't. A lot of people will like smear their face against that rail. Oops. But you have to actually have a brain. You're slow at reacting. Well, set up your mister and get off the SNES Classic. Okay, so I'm not trying to criticize on the smearing. Like I did that until I had like a 124 or something, but I'm just saying it is possible. Like if we compare the room times, let me get a decent smear with no pumping. Wait, that wasn't even worse. Oh my god. What a fuck. This is, I'm getting better room times. Let me try again. Let me get a good one. We're just gonna ignore RNG and do our best. Yeah, okay, so it saves a few frames. I'd like to backpedal and say it's probably not worth it. And there's one more thing. If you can bypass the first guy, but the second guy does like a weird thing, there's a certain situation where you want to go above him. I think if he stops early and then goes down. Which I guess it's not gonna happen. Anyway, if he stops early. Perfect. I don't have really anything I tell anybody in this room's kind of gonna be trash. Except for when I lift this pot, I like to buffer down right to throw the pot instead of doing a double cardinal. Oh, my D-pad is stiff. And if I'm going to boon the magic, I try to do it right before the door opens. That way I can walk into it better. That was a good example of what I try to do. It wasn't that fast, but it's what I do. On this screen, I hold right with my right hand to give my left hand a break. I see people anti-pump in here a lot. Once you switch to diagonal, you should hold it the whole way until you're aligned with the pot. Or not aligned, but like aligned with where you want to lift it. Yeah, that's a good point. I should have mentioned that. It's pretty hard to... I find it's pretty hard to avoid it. Like rubbing yourself against this nub absolutely slows you down to 1 pixel per frame, so trying to get around it is a little... My link's wasted. Trying to clear the nub will save you like 2 frames. I need to look at that, because I kind of, I've seen Airy talk about it, and I kind of, forgot. This would be helpful for me. Whoops, I'm wasted. It's fine. Can I turn off the backgrounds in the practice hack? I feel like the answer is no. Probably the other one. Let's do the other one. So you don't want to touch this either. You gotta go right. Whoops. You want to clear this thing before you... do the diagonal. I don't really have good insight to this room. I just do the thing where I can see myself and then do my best at the end. Something that I do is, if the popos are on the green drop, I won't slash it. Otherwise, I will. And I was told that's like mathematically better for the last room. Leave it on the green if it's on there. I do a little anti-pump there. Makes me feel better. I thought that Eddie came up with something to like do the room better without having to do the anti-pump, but I don't know. Wasn't that good? So you can, if you want to get real sweaty, you can get to like here, and then diagonal, using this little thing as a visual cue. When you cover that, you can diagonal. It scares me. And even better, you want to throw the pot to the left if possible. Like if you're slow, you probably don't have time to do it. But if you do it okay, it might get your rupee drop and it might clear the path. If you watch my runs, I don't go for it, but I should probably... eventually I need to do a room grind and like incorporate a lot more of these 10 frame time saves that I've gotten lazy about. Oops. Also, these things slow you down if you diagonal into them, which is more relevant in the big chest room. That's pretty slow that time. If you get a sub 11, room time's pretty good there. If you're practicing it. I don't want the 122, but I would like to get like another PV. Either like a 1x or something with worse RNG. It's faster. Like the 10 frame saves that are easy to get. Like I just have to do the thing. On the way from the chest, do you not want to... I don't understand the question. Let me go back so I can visualize it. On the way from the chest... yeah, you're right. Sometimes I just flub the inputs on the cancel. If that's what you mean. Like I faced it. Do you mean to say that I did like this? So yeah, you don't want to do that, but sometimes I flub it up. Okay, perfect. So I kind of... I don't try very hard on these small pumping stairs. I'll bring my right hand over and do like 3 pumps and then a cancel. And it's kind of lazy, but I'm not good at the other way. And when you're leaving this room from the big chest, if this guy's head is still attached when you leave, you're fast. Do you ever one-hand pump? Yeah, I do it, but I suck at it. Why do you hold diagonal from the chest? I don't. I did it that one time. Mistakenly. If you get the opportunity, in general, you want to get all your diagonal movement on the stairs. So yeah, let me go back to that. I find that the menu to the bow is pretty disposable. I just kind of use it wherever I see fit. If things look safe, I'll just burn it quick. So, like, I can get past the skeleton. Well, I can't now. Perfect. Great example. Perfect. I lost my train of thought. If I don't have anywhere better to use it, I'll use it right here so I can set up for hover pumping. Sometimes this guy is in the way, and I'll shoot him with an arrow. I don't think it's efficient, but it's like, it gets rid of him. And to talk about my arrow routing, I kind of don't care about it until after Vidi. I usually get myself in a situation where typically if I... How do I word this? I put myself in a situation where I allow myself to use between 8 and 11 arrows on Vidi. And then I'll adjust accordingly and hope that I don't have to get the Turtle Rock 5-pot. So I'm pretty relaxed on my arrow usage. I don't care. I guess something I want to mention, that some people might not realize, I try to set myself up so it's kind of the same thing that we talked about in the courtyard, where I don't want to rub my face into the bush. I try to set myself up so I can do a pot slide here, just so I'm not wasting movement. Like, you have this whole range. In order to do the upward movement, it doesn't matter when you do it. So, getting to the pot quite low and then sliding up doesn't waste very much time. And that's sort of relevant, like, I do it on the Hera big chest too is a good example. I kind of do a specific thing in here, and I don't really know if it's good anymore. I try not to do any pot slides. I face Cardinal down after the second one, so I can... Okay, I lied. I do a pot slide on the last one. And you can get the best room time by doing this, but it's like a little bit harder. But it helps you not go too fast. No insight here. I'm slow in this room. No matter how hard I pump, I don't get better than a 521. Yeah, also if I go back to it, if you eat the drag, you can still get like an 806. You can definitely beat the anti-fairies with the drag. I wouldn't recommend it, but it was also a thing that I looked at. Like 808 with stair drag. This room you can get pretty creative with how you deal with the shitty cannonballs. I think it's optimal to get hit, because you'll get, if you get a purely diagonal boost, you'll move 1.5 pixels per frame, which is faster than the walking you can do. Well, that would have been fine if I didn't eat the door. But something I'd keep in mind if somebody practices this room is getting hit backwards is the worst possible thing. Everything else, aside from re-triggering the button, is better than getting hit backwards. I don't know if this is a room that I should go over. I don't have any particular insight. I think it's good to read the bottom guy, if you can, and not blind fire. Oh, also, I wanted to talk about the activation boxes again. This guy's is a huge rectangle as well. It's some shit like fucking... Perfect. If you're 2 pixels off the pot, you'll activate the guy. I guess 1 pixel. But you can do that way over here. Like, you can be a mile away. I don't know how far it is, but that's insane, actually. He's not sleepy at all. Okay, so it's probably, like, right here. 1 pixel off the pot. It's probably the same on this other side. It's probably like... So this won't... Oh my goodness, he's huge. I didn't realize it was that big. So when you watch, like, Eddie's a good... Eddie will really maximize this room. If you're allowed to watch him. So like you kill the guys or whatever. You kill him. Then you activate the guy. Then you go get the arrows. And it's more efficient. I'm pretty lazy about it. But it's good to go. It's good for people to know. I'm bad. Like you see, I just diagonal up and lose. I don't know how many frames it would be. I guess I could time it. Losing 6 frames just from a rough test. It's not a very good test because there's so much variability in how I play it, but like it's noticeable. I don't plan on changing it, but something I like to do in this room. First, I'd say like I don't know how high you can be and hit these idiots. I guess that's it. I like to move diagonal at least a frame before I release the spin. That's something I stole from DoomtaKnowledgeDumper. It kind of helps me out. It kind of sucks when I move too far, but like just don't do that. Yeah, 1 frame is enough on the left side. 1 pixel. And 2 pixels on the right side. So if you move 1 to the right, it's gonna airball, but 2 will hit. I'm not gonna talk about Armos. Don't dry fire though. I'm gonna say it took me a long time of practicing this fight to like not fuck it up every time. You're here for the Armos lesson. What would you like to learn? So, when you're entering this screen, you should already be holding diagonal. You don't want to swap down into diagonal, especially on the stairs. It'll be like a... when you get the direction change. When you get the direction change, you incur a 0 pixel movement. How does Yuzu Armos work? I don't know. I'm slow. When I do it, I only save like 15 frames. So yeah, hold diagonal. For this statue, you can be... oh, fuck this guy. I'm the best, maybe. You can be 1 pixel up from the grid and still pass it. Or I guess 2? I don't know. Anyway, it's not that tight. I see people, like, really hee-haw around the statue that's unnecessary. When I enter the screen, I'm looking at this little dot to be covered when I talk to him, and talking to him is easier if you're holding a direction. Like, if I neutral right here, it doesn't work. Neutral doesn't work, but... well, okay, maybe I'm actually just not close enough. Yeah, so right there, holding forward into the guy helps talk to him. So for spin speed, I do the... Eddie does it, I think Jaden did it. You go B, A, B. And that way, if you're too fast, you'll still have your sword out. I think that's a good thing for people to... I think the flick is bad, but it's hard to get people to change. Oops, I stopped. Also, you wanna... I guess I can explain more. You wanna... You don't want... Ooh. You don't want to diagonal into this too early, because sometimes, depending on your move pattern, you'll get clipped into the wall. I don't know if I can recreate it, or if you have to be facing left. Anyway. Oh, maybe it's like... I don't remember how it works. Yeah, so anyway, I wait until I'm like... I think I actually do a cardinal. I don't know what I do. Yeah, you get a cardinal in there somewhere, and you want to touch this, like, as you're coming this way. It's worth the time to backtrack and touch this thing, because if you're not against it, when you're nudging down here, you'll still nudge it 1 pixel per frame, which is quite slow. Well, you'll lose, like... You'll lose less time backtracking than you do to nudge on the thing. Like, it's only going to cost you 1 or 2 frames to backtrack to the statue, whereas nudging on the thing, you're going to lose a frame for every pixel that you're touching it. Like, if you're offset by 6 pixels, you're going to lose 6 frames there for no reason. It's always going to be better, or at least neutral, to touch the statue. Something I do, don't tell anybody, but I don't dash turn on a lot of these dashes. You're thinking of Chrono Trigger. So yeah, I don't do dash turns on every single turn. I have an easier time holding diagonal into the slope and getting like 1 or 2 pixels of movement, and you still get a good slope dash. Yeah, so we can talk about spin speed movement a little since it came up. It still has like the anti-pump properties. Like, if I go over here, no, I can get rid of the guys. So I'm against this wall. If I do an up left, I'm gonna move 3 pixels left and 3 pixels right. Or left, sorry. 3 pixels up, 3 pixels left. Right? Yes. But if I do it over here, I'm gonna move 3 pixels up and 2 pixels right. It still has anti-bump properties, and you don't go a solid... Like, if I hold diagonal, I'm not going 3, 3, 3, 3, 3 the whole way in each direction. Yeah, some of them are... If you look at the sub-pixel thing in Help Us Horror King, it'll help you understand better. And a good example of this is the Josh Yoho Turtle Rock Quick Warp, like on top of the turtle. Where... I'm gonna do that real quick, so it's important. Peg puzzle. So the way this works is, if you, from here, you're gridded, and you go 4 pixels per frame cardinally, which is fine. If you overshoot it, and then correct, oops, if you overshoot it by a frame, and then correct it with 1 frame up left, you'll still hit the quick warp, but you're like the 1 pixel to the right. And it's good to know your movement patterns for certain things. But the subpixel page will tell you better. It'll be more accurate than my mouth. Oh, good. Hello. Hello, door. What happens if I go in it? I want in. Nothing. Oh, he knows everything. Great. Is that exactly what I wanted? So, if you look at my input display on on like a lot of these overworld screens, I don't dash turn, and I find it's easier for me to get the slope dashes, and specifically, it prevents me from undershooting the slope. Like if I try to dash turn and go way too early, 254, whereas if I do my way, 251, so it's 3 frames for free. So it was a common thing for me to fuck up by undershooting the slopes. So there's a bunch of slopes where I don't dash turn. But don't tell anybody. And I do the Corey bullshit here. I was getting it to like roughly tie. I like it because it allows me to get right here. Like if you really maximize your dash. And also I recently learned I'm capable of pumping here if I change my grip. Pretty good. I don't have much insight on the screen other than if you do the spin speed, you want to get straight into the door. You mash your face against the wall, then rotate to upright. And you can use the X button to cancel texts in houses and caves. Perfect. My visual cue for dashing down here is this glob of shit. That's what I aim for. That's what I'm looking at. I feel like some people or a lot of people just eyeball it. But you kind of want to have a visual cue for almost everything. Well, if you're a gamer, you just get into the door, but it's hard. This is also another one where I hold the diagonal. And I have some insight about the pause. If you pause too early, well, this is fine, I guess, but I guess it's more about if you pause too late. Let me pause too late. If you pause too late, you can hold down right and then do your dash. I see people try to correct with a right input. It's like weird. Like it might be fine, but the down right will make sure you touch this bush and be gridded for sure without re-nudging some more. This screen, there's a couple things. You can spawn a guard in the bushes or some bullshit. Or not a guard, but like an archer. I don't know. Or if that guy fires. There's things that can happen that creates lag and you want to be aware of it. And the lag tends to happen right here when you want to cut your dash. And on this dash to the left, you want to nudge this bush for your subpixel. And this is another one where I hold diagonal on this one and get the one frame into the pixel, into the slope. You know, when I actually do it. I think I might do that too. I don't remember for sure. Something I do when I want to do these stair lag cancels, I'm aiming to get a one frame press, and I use my index finger. I'll change, so it'll look like this. I have an easier time getting the press. Make sure you read the map. Oh, too bad I suck at the stairs. Yeah, if you get a single frame press, there's no dash dust. And I've watched checks before, and he failed Spooky because of that. He got a single frame A press and didn't get any dust. And he's like, why did it fail? And then I giggled and told him. Is Twin still here? I have a tip for Twin. I'm gonna say it anyway. Just hold diagonal here until you get to the spin spot, until you get like to right here. I noticed that you do a lot of work to avoid the walls and you're just losing time if this is what you're going to do. Other than that, I don't have any insight. I kind of stink at the screen. Don't do that. That's a bad thing to do. Or bad. I think Eddie cuts his dash with like an up left or something. It'll be a little bit faster. If you spin, do you walk up or dash? I think you want to dash. Like, typically if you're spinning, you're trying to get the rupee drop too. If you don't need rupees, you can just walk up, but it's pretty negligible either way. If I were to go back... Oh, he's dead. Perfect. Yeah, I think if you needed a rupee and you were spinning him, you do something like this. You do that little bit movement to the right just to slow yourself down for the rupee. You can be incredibly aggressive in the screen. I don't recommend it. You don't have to nudge the torch. You just have to be flush with it. In every frame that you nudge it, you're losing like 2 because you walked up too far and then you're nudging it. And I like to kiss the guy. No, I like to, when I get over here, I do a little diagonal Um, and that's my way to try and avoid overshooting the door too much. I just do diagonals on these screens, and I try to stay gridded for the next screen. And then I nudge the pot and lose time. So this is the bastard door. If you hold diagonal out of it, you go 1 pixel per frame, which is bad. So you want to, contrary to what I'll say for the rest of the game, you want to do a double cardinal here. And I see newer players, they have a lot of trouble getting the dash here. They'll do something like, they'll slash the guy, then they'll press down, then they'll press right. You have quite a bit of time to... What I do is, while I'm slashing, I will hold down right. And what that does is, I'm holding down right. What that does is face me downward once the slash is ended, and then you can dash pretty freely. If you want to go faster, you want to hold cardinal down. But you can get like a 1x in here, I think. My problem with the cardinal input is I end up nudging this and walking backwards. The exact same room time 10 times in a row. That sounds about right. I'm quite bad at it. So if you're gonna cut your dash like that, you can have your head way inside the cannonball. I'm trying to make a good example here for what way inside is. I don't have one. That's not good enough. You can get even higher. Give me bad RNG. So that still wasn't good enough. You can get way up in there with an up left cancel. And if you have to do a cancel, on the way down, you touch the sand, and then you dash. I have another tip for Twin. Just diagonal here. I used to, since I started hover pumping, I'm more inclined to go touch the wall again to get the pumps. Well, you're not really, no. Not from what I see. Like, I see you facing left. And more specifically, you're not... You want to touch the statue. Like, your movement should look like this. Should be facing down the whole way to the door. I see you turn left. And then there's a distance between you and the statue. All of this distance equals time loss. It's like a... Think about driving a car, and you want to take it like a sharp right turn or something, and there's a sidewalk there. I want you to be driving on the sidewalk. I don't care if there's pedestrians, or fucking mailboxes, or fire hydrants. Drive on the sidewalk. Take all the space for yourself. Hey, Blunt Bunny. Typically, I'm kind of a baby, and I'll take this rupee pot if I have less than 4. Oops. I don't really pump in here. Oh, I have another diagonal for you. When you lift this pot, you can just hold diagonal from here. I notice that you walk into the arrows and then move up. You can just diagonal there. You don't have to make a special walk to grab them. And a thing that a lot of players do here, if people don't know, is you do an anti-pump into the side of the switch. Make sure that you don't walk too far left. Well, and also don't go too far down. Just nudge the pot. I guess it's all the same shit anyway, but I'll show what it looks like if you bad button press and go too low. That's 5 frames for free. For this screen, I like to move diagonal and then like align with this torch to help me line up with the doorway better, so I don't diagonal into the door frame or like undershoot it, I guess. I'm not exactly sure how low is too low here. I've probably been standing too high. Yeah, okay, so this is too low. This is what it looks like. The reason that it's too low is that when you do the spin speed here, the A press is actually canceling the stair lag. Like, there is more stairs here. Actually, maybe there's not. Maybe I'm on the very bottom. Anyway, you gotta be at least this high. Perfect. From this rock lift, as long as you throw the rock before you touch the wall, you can just hold upright into the door. Your movement pattern will be normalized right here. I wonder if this should be a 2-part thing. This is slower than what I thought it would be. You can be pretty aggressive with this first Popo kill. But it's frightening. I'm bad. I'll try to do the room right once. And I don't think there's any reason for me to show the bottom path. I started doing the top one again, and I like it. There is, if you get blocked, you gotta ride this right wall to avoid the laser for a bit. Oh, Christ. And I kind of stopped doing, like, you see top players do like a, try to maximize their dash here. I decided I don't care about that. That I'm probably not saving time with it. So this screen is a little unintuitive. You'd think you want to maximize your dash, but it's more important to lift the pot early than it is to maximize your dash. And then you can walk up while the key's becoming tangible. But it's like, it doesn't really matter. Actually, pumping is almost as fast. I lost 3 frames. I save time. I'm not very good at this room. Zelma's like super fast. I'm not good at crossing the D-pad and getting my guy to face the way I want him to. Like, that's fine. But I'm probably slower in runs. My pump, yeah, I guess my pumping. So, I don't want to talk about this fight very much, but the thing that I would point out, that I watch even 125 and 124 players do, is they're standing still a lot. And what I mean by that is, on like the first cycle, the third worm, you want to be prepared to walk through him as you're doing the damage. So I'll try to show what I do. Yeah, just watch Fox's video. So like, I'm holding down right while I'm shooting and not standing still to increase my odds of doing good on a good RNG. Oops, and fire twice. Oops, I'm bad. How just not standing still? Well, so it doesn't, like, it, I didn't mean to word it like that. It means that you can capitalize, you'll be in a better position when the good RNG presents itself. So the last thing you want to be doing is standing still and just hammering the Y button. That's not super good. I'll try to show what I mean. When I'm doing the fight, I'm hoping that the third worm will go like this. Like, the red is the worm. Whoops. And I want to be the yellow thing chasing him. And when an enemy's taking damage, its physical contact won't damage you. Like, that's how dashing works, right? When you dash through an enemy, you don't take damage because the enemy's in iframes. So you can use that to your advantage in position through the boss. I'm bad. I kind of want to show the thing at the first when it works the way I want. Like, that was a pretty good example. I missed the last arrow. It was tight, but it allows you to go underneath and back up. Whereas if you're standing still, you'd have to do... I'll try to show what that looks like. Well, a bad example. You have to chase him in a less ideal manner. he keeps going straight up. Anyway, that's kind of all I had to really say about it. See, I have to chase him, and it's like awkward when I could have been a lot closer to him, and it's less work. I'm the worst. We'll have one more good fight, then I have to be... Woo! I like to do the boomerang shit. I don't have any. I wouldn't tell anybody else to do it, but I like it. Alright, I'll be right back. We'll listen to this, I guess. I like a newer thing is you can tap up here and dash down. Oh, wrong thing. Oh my god. So I don't dash turn this one either. I don't dash turn the next one. Or I do this one. But not the next one. Most of them, I just try to aim for the 1 pixel in. So my swimming sucks. I'm gonna practice it at a later date. Don't get mad at me. I do a small upright before this dash, and I think it helps combine with... Let me see. Let me look at it. Does nudging the sign alone make it good? Maybe just nudging the sign is the thing you want to do. That seems kind of shitty. I do an upright and I nudge the sign. Oops. Didn't even hit the sign that time. You can, something I've seen Zelda do is when you lift this rock, you can buffer upright and you'll slide into the door. Wait, what? I guess not. Never mind, fuck that. I don't like the upright anyway because it seems like it generates more lag. Maybe it's the rock hitting the wall combined with the rupee. Like, see how much lag there is when that happens. So, people always say, you can't, like, your movement doesn't matter with the old man, but you can get pumps in the pumping directions with him. But it's very, very irrelevant the entire time that you have him, because the only time you're moving left is down here. You can get, like, I go for a little one of these. Yeah, you get regular walking speed from the pit, pretty sure, as long as you're touching, like, in pit state, which is pretty lenient. I probably should have made a save state. Okay, sometimes, this is a good example, you gotta be careful of this guy when he, oops, when he, this guy when he stops here can go this way. It's pretty rare. It's worse when you're able to dash, because he fucks you every time. Something I would discourage that I see a lot of players do is, like, if there's something in the way, they just hold their dick out and walk. I think that's incredibly dangerous. It hits the guy in your path every time. I think it's better to... I think for a lot of players, getting blocked is worse than taking 2 hearts. So it's better to be proactive and make an actual decision on the way that you want to approach it. And even if you're wrong, at least you tried. A lot of the time I end up slashing to the right. Like, that's a good example there. But I think holding the sword out is very bad. With thoughtlessly holding the sword out for deciding what you have to do. You can look at the old man for when you have access to, or when you regain control of Link, you can look at him. Try to get a good dash. I blew it. I'm bad. I want to get this guy in my way so I can show what I do. I throw the boom and I menu. I try to see whether the boom hits. Like, I menued a little too early. Nice dumper. It might be a little bit of a waste of resources to use the menu there, but I really don't want to get fucked there. I want to make it happen one more time. In this scenario, I would just go for the quick warp like this if I've already wasted the menu. Shit, I want to... Okay. I want to make a save state on the top of the rock. Sometimes, there's a couple things with this guy. Sometimes when he goes over here, like, you can just take a little step to the left and despawn him, which I don't really do, but when you do your dash, you want to nudge this rock, just to ensure that you don't go too high. That was a good example of the despawn, but he might have done it himself. Usually the dead rock's pretty ignorable. Not always, but usually. I see newer players swirling around, trying to deal with him up here when you can just go. I want to get one more shitty RNG. See, like, you can just ignore him if he's up in your grill almost all of the time. Something I learned from watching Eddie is once you're approaching this switch, you can alternate to down left. That way, it prevents you from, like, getting way too close to the switch. So I'm looking at, like, this line that separates the tiles. I start diagonaling, and then I mirror too early and complain. I recently started doing this. I think it's good, but I hate it. And I kind of hate all the boomerang strats. The only reason I do them is for the next room. It makes it easier. I don't know how many times I've lost a run in the next room getting fucked by the mold worms. Yeah, I think it's good, but I hate it. I hate doing it. But I think it's good enough that I have to suppress my hatred and just do it. Because the next room's such dog shit if you don't have the boomerang. Oops. This is a room I'm pretty bad at, too. It's kind of the same as the desert torches, where I'm not good at crossing the D-pad. And something I would recommend, I see a lot of players do, is they'll menu right away before they've acknowledged whether they've lit the torch or not. I think that's pretty bad and unnecessary. I like to use the menu to read these idiots. You try to formulate a plan. And also try to do it like right here, so I don't undershoot the chest too much. Not undershoot, overshoot. Underneath. That was so greedy. On this switch, you can hold diagonal from the door. You have a pretty big window to slash it. Once your ear is aligned with that little line. You have a pretty large window to hit it. And same with this one. I think some people do, but I can't think of who it is. Admittedly, I need to work on that room. The sloppier, like you can go. I don't know, you can waste a lot of movement in this room. Me, yeah, but you stream it fucking. I live in the Atlantic Ocean. You stream at 4 in the morning. This is where we talk about the scudge thing. If this guy is, like, zooming at you, you can lift the left bot first, and it's really easy. Like, that was pretty good time, even though I did it poorly. I get happy when that guy's going fast. I missed the bomb and I clipped into the rail. Okay. So a couple things about this. When you lift this pot, the way that you maximize it is you hold cardinal left to get to the pit. And the reason that's good is because the bomb pickup box is like offset to the left, so you can be way over here and grab it. And that's where people lose a lot of time. They'll stand still waiting for the bomb, and then they'll diagonal. And it's like compounding losses. And not that I'm particularly good at the room. I know what to do, I just can't do it. Oops. But I get happy when I can do that. It's pretty easy. I have no insight. If you want to maximize this dash here, like if you... Fuck this guy. If you nudge this while walking down, it'll set your movement pattern. So if you get the frame perfect A press, you'll be on the lowest pixel. But that's some horse shit. And like the way that works is if you touch the wall and the press the A button at the same frame, it'll prioritize the dash over the grab. But I don't do that shit. Something I like to do here. Well, first of all, something I see people do is they cancel the stair lag and they like don't dash turn. They do some weird shit like this, which is unnecessary. I just hold diagonal down left. What that does is it lets me cut it really close to the pot and still be able to cut my dash with the down left and walk across this. Hey, Sean. You can basically lay the bomb as early as possible if you're pumping and get the early bomb jump. And what I was talking about before in Eastern, you can start sliding across this chest to open it. And the reason that's good is because the next direction you want to go is left. Like, you're still going towards your destination without ramming your face into the chest. So for this, I only do the dash here, if it's like required to save a slash. If there's something in the way and the dash solves it, otherwise, I'll dash up and I'll go like this. The dash actually saves like no time. It's probably worse than pumping, but I don't pump there either. Uh-oh. There I go. I missed the buttons. Sometimes if you lift this pot and you're aligned with the hole, and the Moldorm hits you, he'll shove you through the hole, which is kind of good, but that's pretty hard. We'll demonstrate it with a... Come here. I have all day, brother. Like that. You know, toss the pot immediately, so it's not too bad, but it's hard to just line up pixel perfectly. So that was good. The bomb, when the bomb explodes, you actually have one more frame to do inputs. See, it didn't hit me on the first frame. And I held down right. In the second frame, it applied the damage to me. And I see a lot of people, specifically on the hammer jump, they give up at that point when they do the pause on the first frame of the explosion. When literally all they have to do is hold up or down or diagonal and they get it for free. But they don't know. And knowing the animation frames of the bomb is good for the early bomb jump. Which I don't explicitly know them all, which I probably should. I canceled this dash with the down left because you can get in a situation where you're grabbing this and can't charge your dash, even though it wouldn't be a bonk. So I try not to face left there. RTA. I don't really know how to verbalize the things I do in this fight, but I'd say a lot of people, they don't stand close enough to Moldorm. They don't chase him closely enough behind him. Like, his tail doesn't hurt you, right? It's only his big fucking head. You can get really in there, be up his ass, but you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that when he's near the edges. The edges are the only time that he can double back on himself. Otherwise, he's going to go forward. So typically, if he's anywhere in this area... He's spooky. If he's anywhere in this area, you can just safely get up his ass. This is not safe to do that. And I'm probably the only person that makes extreme use of the pit state on this fight. People call it scary, but I don't think it's that scary. Yeah, up his ass. Well, it's easy for me to say to just get up his ass, but you gotta have the skill to execute the thing too. So like, don't just blindly get up his ass, but when you're practicing, try to push it to the limit and see like what's available to you. Don't do that. Up dash bad. Up dash is when you have no other choice. It's good for helping me turn around. Like, if you dash through him and then cut your dash, you'll rotate. But you have to dash through him. And something I would say is that if you're going to dash through him, you want to make sure to extend it fully through him. A lot of the times, I see people get hit because they dash, and the only reason they don't hit him is because they, like, cut their dash too early or something, and they just take damage. Uh-oh. Doink. I guess that's fine. Alright, that was all terrible. I'm gonna leave soon. You can definitely get frame ruled. Ideally, when he's not enraged, you want to start your dash as close to him as possible to reduce the risk. Which it doesn't always, like, do that. You want to get, like, right in him. When you're dashing, you want him to be coming towards you, ideally. You don't want to do a dash like this. Well, that was fine. But like this, way across the room. You want to be close to him when you do the dash, if possible. You want to be as close as possible without tanking your dick off of his nose. Yeah, less experienced players definitely, they do something they deem safe. Like, they'll be like jockeying for a position. And they'll like start a dash way over here. Especially when he's enraged or whatever. He moves fast enough that you're... I'll see, like, do stuff like this, and it's like, oh my god. Yeah, the problem is, dashing is still a good crutch. Like, if you're not capable of the other stuff, dashing's fine. But try not to do, like, a cross-country marathon with your dash. You want to be closer than you are far away. Like, you still... Dashing from a distance is unsafe. Because you can't react to what he's going to do. And it's worth it to... Something Awase said recently, and I think it's part of the mentor program. On the last, you can just wait for him to be charging you. Or, like, coming towards you. Great. Like, right here. He's gonna, like, hee-haw off the fucking wall, and he's gonna go up. And then he's gonna charge me. And you can wait for that. And then you can dash through him. Instead of doing something sketchy, you can just take your 2-second loss and deal with it. Have patience. I think one thing I didn't mention is... When he's taking damage, you can walk through his head. Like, can't hurt you while he's in iframes. He can only hurt your feelings. Five twists and sharp. I have no idea. I don't have a visual cue. But you can see when he's not near the edge of the arena, I'm directly up inside of his asshole to the point where I can't miss a slash. Yeah, I wasn't close enough on that dash. That was my fault. It was my fault and bad luck. Hey, Checks, thank you for the raid. Yeah, I think his routine is on the wiki. I've never read it, but I have enough experience to like, basically. I know it without knowing it, which is not ideal. Because TR was pretty. But like, even earlier, I told you exactly what he was going to do and what I was going to do to react to it. It just takes a lot of experience, and I wasn't good at it for a very long time. I still don't think I'm exceptionally good at it. But like there, for instance, my sword was basically in his head before I started the dash. Uh-oh. And the only other thing I'd mention is when he's stuck on this left side, I'll see less experienced players. They're like jockeying for a position way over here, and they charge a dash. You can try to sneak in a cheeky spin, because we went over this earlier, but the spin hitbox is like this big, right? The corners are like really how you snipe things with the spin. I want to get one where he's on the left side and do some fancy stuff, and then I'm going to move on. I think I've said everything that I care to say. The pit seems scary, but it's actually like a tool to hit him. Like, look at all these spins. Ah, not that one. No! That was mostly fine. I fucked up the one hit. But the pit is a tool, and it's not danger. I mean, it's super danger, but yeah, spins are really good when he's over there, but it's difficult. Like, I feel like I'm understating the difficulty, but it is good. So the visual, if you want to go under this rock, I wait until I'm here. Then I swap to diagonal. Which sometimes it's required to not deal with the dead rock being an asshole. For this screen, I neutral dash out of this door. I count the dash things. 5 up, 6 this way, 5 up. Or 5, 6, 6. That helps me get a good slope dash and not fuck it up. For this, I like to hold up left out of the quick hop, and then switch to left, and I find I get a better slope dash most of the time. The neutral dash is to help me get a good slope dash on the second dash. This is the only reason I do it. You don't want to stand still to maximize your dash, because standing still is worse than getting a longer dash. Yeah, that was the only thing I could find that worked for me. I don't have any other information on them. I do a medium amount of diagonal canceling in here. Like I just take the nudge so I don't fuck up. Yeah, it's really so when I do the neutral dash from the door, I get one of two scenarios. Everything goes good and it feels good. Or I get the bad scenario where the slope dash is dog shit and it takes extra long. But at least I know that it's happening. I can tell after I cut the first dash whether the second one's dog shit or not. So I'm mentally prepared for it. This last text of the Master Sword, there's like a little pause between the text canceling and you putting the sword away and regaining control. And you can use every button to cancel it. You want to nudge this thing if possible. For those that don't know, I use this flower as a cue for the bird dash. I think most people know. I think that's a pretty common cue. Now, usually, if that guy's on the bomb or the arrows, I'll conserve him. Maybe sometimes the heart, but not really. And one thing I'll say, when I'm doing these screens, aside from doing the dashes, I'm on extra huge lookout for the bush guards. I'm incredibly attentive and aware, and I will run from them if they spawn. Because, like, you're not really doing anything else other than dashing. I do the thing where you kill this guy. I don't know how dangerous he is. Sometimes if you, like, he'll quick turn on you every once in a while. But I don't know how frequent that is. I don't know whether it's... I noticed people had a lot of problems if they anti-pump out of this door and, like, you lose the frame. I think it makes it more likely, but that's just a theory that I have in my brain that no idea if that's true. But I do the safe thing. I just walk until your foot is like, or Link is touching the tree or whatever, and then kill him. I don't want to lose my beans before I get in the dungeon. Now, I do this shit. I don't recommend any of this. I try to get as far right as possible. And then on this screen, you can just hold diagonal. Didn't work. Perfect. Why didn't it work? Wait. Am I dumb? I do the body stuff here. I think I saw Fox do a diagonal cancel here. I think I'm gonna steal that. Oh Christ. Don't mean that you missed all the important stuff. It's just the Dark World now. Thank you for the rage, Scoople. I have a hard time cutting this dash appropriately. I forget what I do here. Yeah, I do this. I don't have much input here. If this gold guard doesn't clip into this thing, you don't have to go off of this barrier to double spin him. Is bonking that corner bad? I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. I guess bonking wasn't the right word. I'm not sure what you mean, still. If you just hold, it's probably, I bet you it's the same time. We do this, 605. I would say it's just a preference thing. 604. It might save one frame to cleanly go cardinal down. Well, hold on. Let's use the right words. Nudging would indicate that I'm doing this. If I'm just going like this, I would call it rubbing. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's just personal preference, but I don't like nudging this thing and then trying to time my dash. Is why I do it this other way. Or trying to cut the dash, I guess. When that guy does some weird bullshit, I do 3 slashes and it works. That's the only solution I have for that. It just delays me enough that it works, but like I don't know if there's a better method. I guess that's fine. You just gotta get really in there, but it's scary. I don't like that at all. Let's pretend it didn't happen. Fuck. So I'm kind of bad at this split. In a lot of the rooms, I don't have very good insight on. Make a save state, you fuck. I would say something I see people do is they'll try to move down before the first arrow. Don't do that. Do you have a backup for ball and chain room when you mess up? It depends what you mean by mess up. If I come in without beams, I'll do this strat. But that depends on how many arrows you have. If you don't have a lot of arrows, you can do... But I don't think this is what you meant. It's probably good that I did them to show them. I don't really... What do you do if I poke the left guy? I don't poke the left guy. But if you poke the left guy and you have the arrows to spare, you fire 4 arrows. Just kill it. Anything you do with your sword is going to be dog shit. Unless it's a double spin and you don't want to chase him up there. If you're scared of poking him, you can do this. It's not much slower. Let me time it good. We'll see. $7:45. Yeah, it's like 20 frames. If you ever poke him at all, I'd probably advise either practicing the room or doing the side sword. For you specifically, I think anything you can do to minimize inconsistency is going to help you. Because it seems like you just want to get a sub 90 and then stop. So I would say, take any ego and pride that you have and put it on the shelf and just be a baby. And get your time, and then reassess after that. Yeah, left slash is probably good. You can, if you want to maximize it, you can slash really late, but since when do you want to maximize a safety strat? Yeah, if you're poking more than 0% of the time, I would say probably swap. I don't like doing the south dash here. I don't... Maybe I should re-look at it, but... I don't know. How much does it really save? Four frames. Yeah, I have no desire to do this. So, when you enter this room, you want to look at what this guy's doing. If he doesn't go up, down, you're happy. Good, that was what I wanted to have happen. Yeah, change is bad. I took a serious look at it a long time ago, and there's a lot of southward dashes that I just don't do. I don't do the one on the castle tower overworld prior to the Hyrule castle screen. I walk down in the sea house. Like, I can't save any time with him. I can save like 4 frames, and maybe I should be good enough to do that. But it's one less thing that I have to think about. This room's pretty tricky. As you get better, you can come up with more creative solutions to the bad RNG. Involving, like, bat deboosts, walking, giving the guards the old razzle-dazzle, or, like, a slash with iframes to help. Yeah, the thing with south dashes is you bonk a frame earlier than normal dashes. See, I razzle-dazzled that guy instead of slashing. So yeah, if I'm on the grid, I'll get on the grid and I'll show you. So... like, I'm 1 frame away from being flush with the wall, and it bonks. Like, you can't, that's why you can't key dash south. Yeah. One thing about this room, if the first guard is low, you want to do the down dash. Yeah, I find, personally, I don't know if this has any foundation, but I think doing this dash is always good, even if you do it like shit. Even if you, like, cut it way early, I find that it is more favorable to not getting, like, fucked and having to kill all the guys. Yeah, I just always do it, just because. And, like, I don't really maximize it, I just do the dash. Ah, I got stuck. It would have been good. Okay, I wanted to see, if you get the chest turn, you can't even hold diagonal into the hole. Anyway, I think I've had enough of this room. This was fine. I said the things I wanted to say. Oh, don't... It's hard to avoid this nub. Ideally, you want to pass it before you diagonal, but it's hard. What am I doing? Fuck me. So I'm expecting the top guard to turbo fuck me. I'm trying to mentally prepare for it. Well, that's what happens, I guess. Didn't happen. This is also a bastard door. Good. For the... I'm not sure, but I think you want to hold diagonal out of this. Like, if you hold up, I think it just does some weird stuff to the guards where they see you from a mile away, depending on the RNG. Yeah, that guy was gonna see me. Let's do it a little more. Yes, you heard the guy to the bottom right. He saw me fucking immediately. Or bottom left, whatever I said. Not that it mattered, but it just does weird stuff. So yeah, diagonaling is good. If you're not like hover pumping or something, diagonal out of the door. And this first guard that you encounter, if he's going left, right, you can walk above him every time. He might be set. No. Let's get one where he goes. I guess he goes left first and then he goes right. Like this. You can just walk past him and it's safe. Sometimes that last guard, if he's stationary, like in the middle of the road, he can fuck you. I'm not sure what the solution to that is. Nothing. Zelda does it. With this guy, down here, let's use a different color. This guy down here, if he's facing left, he'll aggro faster. So if your movement's shitty, he'll start running. How do I get the rupee if I ever need it? Get it in desert. Like, the desert one's 15 frames or some shit. So, probably a little more, because human error, but I just get the desert one. I'm a baby. So what I do in this room is I'm looking, when I load the room, I'm looking at this guy. If he's facing right or up, I'll arrow this bat. I find the up and the right RNGs more difficult, and this was the way that I solved them for myself. Oops, D-pad. And I arrow this bottom guy when it's appropriate. Well, not like that, but like I said about before with the arrow counts, I kind of just don't care. As long as I have 6 for pod, I just figure it out later. I'll just take the time save here and then see what happens. I'm bad. Man, I can't move. Sometimes the bat does that shit, and that's just the way she goes. With the right RNG, when this guy's facing right, after you do like the movement to the bat, you want to get to the left pretty quick, because if you don't, the guy won't get high enough for your arrows to hit. He'll get like here, and your arrows will go boo 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 into the wall. I'll try to demonstrate that if your movement's shitty. I fucked it up. It's fine. Just be fast. I'm not particularly good at this room. I don't want to say anything because it's not helpful. Oops, I'm bad. I hate it when he does that. I don't know how much of that room is a skill issue, and how much of it's RNG, the way that they aggro. Maybe I should modify. Like, typically I just move down right out of the door in the menu, but it messes up the good RNG quite a bit. Yeah, I think I'll change that. I'll practice that on my own. If you don't have beans for the second room, you walk up to the... it depends. So, what Airy does... I'll show you what Airy does. Let's say, uh-oh, lost my beans, ho-ho. So there's two things. You can walk up to the thing, but the problem, and this is fine. You do this, and you arrow the bottom guy, and it's fine. But the problem is, when this guy goes left, it's really bad. If I can make that happen, see. I use the boomerang in this scenario. Also, for those that don't know, you don't have to move up the tank from the door. Maybe I should swap to this. I normally use the boomerang, but like, it gets more, it's a lot more dicey. But this is probably, I don't know. I hate it. I hate it. Look how much I suck. So I just, I do the thing where you throw the boomerang and hope to get the heart drop. Sometimes that guy doesn't aggro. Oh, and if Twin's still here, I have another. I want to tell her to move diagonally again. When you lift this pot, you can just hold diagonal from here. You don't have to do a special down press to lift the arrows. I've always hated the tank. On this screen, you can do the A press to cancel the stair lag. I don't know. Oh god. We're not gonna practice agging him. Thanks for the raid, Corey. How was whatever you did? The weekly, probably. Get me out of this shit. NMG runs are all bad. So, for those that don't know, you want to be aligned with these statues, ideally, I guess. Because if you're not, you can get a bad RNG where the guy bulldozes you. I'd like to show that if possible. It might be like already locked in, I don't know. Anyway, you'd want to be... I do a special up press just to be aligned with the statues. Let me start over. It's not how I do any of this. I do this movement, which is... It doesn't actually do anything, it just makes me feel good. And something I want to look at is special queue for this because I forgot. He's incredible. Okay, so you basically want to be out of the water. Anything below this is fine. If this guy does a right bomb toss, you can do like a... You can go down low, because if he throws a second one, you'll get hit. Want to try to make it happen? Yeah, hit me. Oh, I missed. Wow. Didn't expect that. Maybe I went low enough. But I usually go lower when I see him throw the first bomb right. Which is not frequently. Anyway, I'm not gonna grind for it all day. I'm kind of bad at this screen. I'm very lazy. I don't maximize this dash very well. You know, I do a lot of diagonal canceling, like I don't care to do it. It's too hard. I do after I trigger the Kiki and I do, like I say yes or whatever, I do an up LRA to try and make sure that I don't walk too high. And if you nudge here, it's actually better for the Kiki's movement, but good luck. I don't think there's a lot to go over in this dungeon. I get this bomb. It's kind of dog shit. Don't recommend it. We doing the hover route? Let me go try it once for fun. Something I do is, after I open a key chest and I need to mirror, I'll hold like a direction just to see how poor my mirror usage was. Like, see if my timing was good. Oops, that's fine. And something about this guy, if he blocks you and he's on a good drop, I'll just kill him and try to collect the drop if he's in the way. But he's got to be in the way. Like, that was a good example, except I fucked it up. Like, if he's in the way like that, he drops. He did kind of go too far right, but I still go for it. He's on the bombs or arrows. Like, that was a good example of what I tried to do in that scenario. For this, you can... This is how you do this room. With this switch, you can be that far left and trigger it. You get a little extra diagonal movement. Oh, let's see. After you do a mirror or load in like a dungeon or whatever, I'm looking at the item box. When you can see that, that's when you have control to press A. Oops. When the frame that you see it. So like that's the only thing I'm looking at after Mire transition where I have to dash. I'm on the Mire. It's fine. The better your pumping is, the more that you can juice the screen. I wish I could make a save state, though. I wish my brain worked. So, like, you can pump a lot, and you can... I'm glad that happened, so I could show it. You can pump a lot, and you can... From when you place the bomb to when you pick it up, you can wait quite a bit. I can't do fast menus on this D-pad. Anyway, my words demonstrated it better than my actions did. I like the menu here for no particular reason. I have a large amount of disdain for needless menus. Like when you menu to cancel a dash like I just did, and it doesn't actually do anything. Like I could have just pressed up right or right and canceled my dash. Like you can just do that. It doesn't provide any utility, but that's the place that I do it, so I don't advise to do it. It's just what I like. And specifically, more specifically, I don't like menus where you do the thing and then you have to do an action out of it. Like the shooter key when you dash to the right and then menu and then try to open the chest. I think that's quite hard. Yeah, that's basically what I use it for. I still don't think it's very good, but like, that's what I do. Yeah, minor, save 3 frames, minor utility. It depends on the action for me, I guess. If it's like a tight movement action. I don't think I have any insight on the hammer jump. I actually kind of stink at it. I don't know all the visual cues. I look at Link's hat, and that's it. One thing I do see is you want to open the chest as far left as possible without fucking it up. I see a lot of players, they'll do the hammer jump, they'll open it over here, and they don't get as much diagonal. Let's do that again. Let's time the difference. So I lost 10 frames from not getting my diagonal walking. Roughly, like, that wasn't the best comparison in the world. But I mean, okay, I worded it poorly. It wasn't stinking. It was like, I'm not using all of the resources I have available to do it better. I'm very stuck in my way, and I'm refuse to change. I don't think anybody should imitate what I do other than hitting the pixels. Yeah, he's walking into the free. Yeah, but you also want to avoid walking into the chest. Yeah. Anyway. I couldn't get this dash here to save any time compared to walking. Jack's got pumping to save 1 frame. Did he hover pump? I don't have beams. So I don't do the aggressive cancel here because I often get the first frame. Then I have to go fuck myself. So I don't do this dash up here. And I get comparable times to the dash. But I think it's when I'm doing stupid. Let's see. I am saving, like... I'm not just walking. Like, I'm hover pumping and still losing time. Which seems like... How much value do I have out of that? Maybe I should just not be a baby. Yeah, I might have to swap to this. I think I did swap to it, and then I reverted because I messed it up one time when I didn't practice it enough. When do people menu? Do they menu here, or do they menu after? That felt pretty comfy. I like that. Yeah, I'll probably swap to this. Well, I like the way it feels more. Like, not that it helps me maximize my dash, but the movement after feels good to me. I'm undecided how I'll do it. Something I see people do in this room is, like, I hold upright here. I've complained about this before. I hold upright. I see some people hold cardinal right, and, like, that's bad because the more that you mess up, you're... Like, it's compounding losses. For every frame that you overshoot your destination, you're losing, like, 2. That's pretty good for me. I don't really have much insight on this. Just practice it for 100 years and then be mediocre at it. Oh, I do know the backup strat though. Like if you come in here with, let's say you have 3 arrows or whatever. Yeah, let's say you have 3 arrows. You face right. Fire the arrow left. I'll try to do it like all at once. I'm dead. You pot slide? No, but I might start. I don't like what I do in that room. So that's open to interpretation. Right here, I'm looking at this little set of dots. For Link to be inside of those is when I hammer, so I don't get recoiled backwards. And I'll show the difference, actually. If I do it my way, it's fine. If you touch the turtle, you lose 4 frames? Oh my god. I guess that's less than what I thought, but... most people probably do this. I moved down left a little for the first hammer. I don't have, like, good words to verbalize what I'm doing. Something I started doing was, if you get more inside this turtle before you hammer him, when you hold the diagonal, it helps automate your alignment with the door. Like, the jingle will stop you in a pretty good spot. And I see a lot of people don't, they're not holding upright out of this door. They're doing right into upright, which is fine, but it's like an anti-pump for no reason. Wrong button. I don't do anything fancy here. I'm a baby. Time to draw the good diagram. I try to stay within this range when I'm fighting him. Well, that's not quite right. Let's give it some more shape. It's like a home plate. Just get that RNG every time, and it's easy. For fun. There's a couple more things I do. Let me think. How do I want to word this? When I do the spin speed, I check to make sure that I have it. If you watch my inputs, I am pressing the B button before the first hammer. And if he, like... I did it too early, but if he runs into your hammer hit... Incredible. He'll take damage, as long as you time it reasonably well. Teeny greenies, yeah, that's right. Immovable. If you don't have it, and you hammer before your sword drops, your sword won't drop. Yeah. That's not specifically why I do it, but it's mostly just a test. I do not want to do this fight without the spin speed. Never learned. And that was a good example of him walking into the hammer hit. It's a little harder when he's moving sideways. Oops. I'm facing down. So something about the fight, you doing the thing where you, like, here, let me set it up. Breaking the mask to be safe isn't really very safe, like when you're despawning the fireballs. Like, you want to get most of your damage in while he's doing his second attack. It's actually more dangerous to enrage him and then start attacking. So that, I'm not a very big fan of. I'm not an advocate of doing that, even at more beginner levels. Because the faster you end the fight, the less fucked up it's going to be. Like, I killed him before his second attack ended, but that doesn't always happen, depending on the RNG. If you get everything going wrong, it's pretty slow. CB does it to me. Yeah, here we go. Crab Walk City. There we go. This is exactly what I wanted. That was fine. He was nice to me after. Hitting him through the firewalls is much harder. I guess. There's a lot of variables, like if the player's missing spin speed, then the whole script of the fight's kind of gone. Or if you're missing hits, this information isn't really valid anymore. I probably was too assertive with my opinion. But like getting all the damage here is really good. And you can, a large portion of the time, just kill him during the second attack. Do less experienced players do spins? Nobody holds sword out anymore. People will miss spin speed 4 times in a row. Yeah. Was an unfortunate boost. Anyway, that's probably enough of this fight. I don't think I have anything left to say. As a newbie, I either spin speed first try or just do it without. Yeah, the problem is slashing to hit the gems pretty... Let's say I miss it. Uh-oh. I'm really bad at the old strat. I never learned it properly. As you can tell, I'm kind of dog shit at it. Let's try it a couple more times. This is the old strat. You just fucking wail on him. But I undershoot my hammers. How am I missing? Jesus Christ. Can't believe we used to do this. Bark. Anyway, yeah, I like spin speed, but I don't know. I don't have very strong opinions about anything other than doing the fight fast. Yeah, Eddie was like, he hated it for a while. He's pretty adamant about not doing it, and at some point that changed. long? Why do I have this open twice? 3 hours? We'll see how long I can go. It's probably going to be a 2-part thing. Yeah, I guess my advice was more aimed towards higher skill level players that aren't maximizing their damage. I guess I don't have much to say. It's the same thing on this screen. I do diagonals to cut the dashes because I'll lose my 3 frames or whatever. I don't know how much there is to go over on the screen. Something I see players do is they like do the movement up here and they'll nudge that bush. You don't really need to do that. It's just time loss. You can just get all the up movement on the screen, like finish it off. I look at this thing in the wall. The cup. I guess I walk down, don't I? Yeah, I walk down and dash there. You can be really high talking to this guy as long as you're holding right. And during the last text box, I hold up left to shift the camera. And what, I guess most people know this, but the visual cue for the quick warp is these pixels. Oops, I can't draw on that. These pixels over here. If 2 brown pixels are showing as a quick warp, if 1 is showing that's a quick warp and better, if you get this quick warp, you can just do the shovel in place. And there's something else I wanted to say. After a Mire transition, you can buffer the start press. You get it first frame if you time it late enough. I don't know, I think so. Why are you laughing at me? I think most people use them. So this next screen, the green guard's gonna do different shit depending on if you're more or, like, depending on your exposition.
O's 28, Doom to Huge.
Doom to Huge. Thanks for the sub, Velocity. If the green guy's going up and down and you go too fast, you'll get hit. You get frame ruled out of your dash. I'm pretty sure. I don't know the specifics, but there's some danger. Anyway, if he is moving up and down, I kind of make sure to extend my dash to waste a little bit of time. Usually cutting the 4th bush. Or just, like, be sloppy. Oops. Yeah, when he goes up and you're too fast. I was not too fast. I didn't know if it was, like, consistently, like, if you're too fast every time, you get fucked every time. Yeah, if you're a little bit more to the right, he's just going horizontally anyway. You can dash turn here without facing left to stay on the grid. I started doing this shit because I'm dumb. It's for fun. You can, once you do the incur the stair lag, you do the menu. You can hold down left, or yeah, down left to be facing down to get off the stairs. And when you go around this thing, you want to make sure to like come back over and touch it. Oops, my ass. Like for the, let me go back. The short answer is diagonal's good. But when you hold like a diagonal of the opposing, how do I word this? Like the thing that fucks up the spin speeds if you face left or right on here and then try to come off. Like I have the spin speed, but it's not activated. So using the menu to the hammer is helpful for that. I hate myself. If you cut your dash here, I guess it saves lag frames. I never timed it. Like, not having your sword out is faster. Something I do here is if it gets laggy, I cut my dash with the cardinal down. Like, a little bit early. And it seems to help the lag subside, like the bushes dissipate. And I feel like it's better. Without timing it, I feel like it's better. So there's a couple things I like to do here. Depending on what happens. If I nudge this, I'll just cardinal this one. But if I don't nudge the barrier, I'll diagonal cancel this one. Except I don't save and quit because I'm dumb. I don't like the thing Fox is talking about is just doing this. I arbitrarily don't like it for no reason. And I agree with him, but I'm still going to keep doing this. The screen, you can hold... So, we've had a few instances of this already, but... In a north or south door, you can hold left or right to exit it without any penalty, like its regular movement pattern. And for this one... Oops, I didn't make a save state. I don't do the slope dash either. You can just hold right to exit this door. Which I would recommend doing. I feel like there's not going to be a lot to talk about in this dungeon. Yeah, Aerie started doing it. Oops. Oh, I hit the spark. That's fine. Something I noticed that I did and other players do is, during this dash up, we tended to cut the dash like right here and not maximize it. So I'm pretty careful to really extend it to the wall. Great, this is exactly what I wanted. This is a bastard door. If you hold diagonal a little bit, you're gonna get fucked. Some portion of the time. So you want to do a double cardinal. This screen, Awase taught me this. Sometimes, I think he was actually screaming about it yesterday. If the bottom guy goes right, you can just hammer him. Like, you don't always have to, but if the top path looks like shit, like, you wouldn't do it there, because it's a little bit slower. But sometimes it's your best option. I'm touching the spike. YOLO! There's a D-boost you can do there, but I'm not familiar with it. I don't know if that was any better. I wonder if you can frame rule the thing. Great. Anyway, I think that's a D-boost one. I'm not familiar with it. Incredible. So, if I miss the, like, if the first dash, if I don't win, my second choice is to go up the right side here. I'm trying to find a scenario that shows that. So one dash, can't make it. Can't really go up the right side like I wanted, but this is fine. It's like middle, right side, then middle. And then if you're really slow, left side. I didn't think the fire bar would come back at me. Yeah, I find that menu is actually more of a detriment to me. Trying to do too many things at once. I learned that watching WQ, where sometimes he would do a menu just like in the middle of a dash just to get rid of it. So he could focus on just doing the menu and not having like a jumbled up mess of inputs. And I try to keep that in mind when I decide what I'm doing. I'm tilted. And I purposely go out of my way to not menu in the attic because I don't like it. This is another screen where you can get some pot slide on this, to reduce the amount of time that you're mashing your face into the pot. Hey Sawyer, thank you for the raid. For this screen, I do the same thing every time, regardless of the RNG. Oh wait, actually slash the guy. I don't have beams. I forget. It's probably good practice, I guess. I was trying to juice the time instead of actually playing right. I guess something I overlooked was on this, when you're exiting this screen, you can take note of where the crickets are and decide what you're gonna do on the way out. I see some people like just default to neutral dashing out of the door, and I don't think that's necessarily good. I think there has to be a purpose to it for it to be good, otherwise it's just losing time. This is, I'm looking at this spike to be right here when I dash. I don't know how much more you can milk it. And for this dash, I'm looking for Link to be basically crossing that to get a good door dash. I don't know what to do when these guys give you bad RNG. I need to practice that on my own. Now, I usually menu here if I still have it available. I saw Zelda do something weird there. I didn't take note of what it was. If your cancel's really good, or like not really good, but you don't have to walk way down to hit the guy. Not that it matters, but I guess sometimes I forget to talk about things. You have to be careful with this guy. If you're doing the dashes, the blue guy can walk down into your face while you're charging your dash. But it's pretty rare. Like right here. I'm glad that happened. You gotta be careful of that. Thanks for the shootout. You're welcome, buddy. Woo! Yeah, also be careful of that. I think that's not very common, and it's usually when you're slow. I don't like doing the dashes, but it's the way she goes. Now, I like to hold diagonal here. Instead of maximizing the dash, I try to make sure I'm aligned with the jail cell. Once you hammer this... let's go back. Let's make a save state. So, in order to use the hammer on these things, you have to be touching it. If you're 1 pixel away, it'll miss. Once you're holding, or once you do the hammer, you're free to hold diagonal. You'll go in the hole, like you won't slip around it or whatever. I guess this guy's not gonna change his action if that guy's blinking, the strat is to slash twice and then go, but he's quite low. I'm surprised I didn't get hit there. Or you can just go around, depending. So this screen, hold upright. I like to do it lazily. Like, I don't try to really dash fast. I find it's easier for me, but maybe I'm dumb because I'm bad at the screen. And then if the Stalfos goes up, you hammer. If he goes down, you can just lift the pot or hammer. Go down. Oops, I didn't. Not being lazy enough with it. Great. I hate this strat, by the way. I was doing the baby thing well into my 123s. That and Joe Mummies. If you, let me do that again. If you release the text box, you have, like, you can use all the buttons. Release the text box. Release the sword spin. You can use all your buttons to cancel that text box and try to be good. Try to be fast. But it's a little scary. You don't practice it. My dumb ass looked at the splits to see how good the time was. Let's get out of this. Bye. For blind, like entering the room, I try to do the dash once, and if I fail it, I just walk. You just try for the frame perfect press, and then if you fail it, you just walk. I don't have much insight on the screen or the previous one. This is another one where if you're walking down and you nudge this fence, you can get the frame perfect walk. Or like you press the dash button the same frame you touch the wall, you won't grab it. I'm not really doing it, but it's fine. I'm not gonna go over top rock. You can also, I can show you some real bullshit. You can do the top rock and not save any time, but it's free. I guess the frog isn't there. let's reload this. How does this work? Can you do like a... You can do an A plus B. And that'll prevent you from lifting the bush. But then it's slower than just doing the real thing. Wait, I lied. That doesn't even work. I'm full of shit. This is how you do the top rock. Can we edit that out? So I don't like to do the dash down here. Actually, I despise it. I go for the one frame A press to cancel the stair lag. I guess I'm losing quite a bit, but I hate it so much that I refuse to do it. I changed my grip for this. I just do like glitch grip. I changed my grip during the animation. Oh god, earthquake. It's my camera work. Am I dumb? Yeah, I guess I am. I don't know. I don't remember why I started doing it. I hold left here and pump up a little bit until I'm out of the door. I take this room pretty conservatively. I think I don't need to go over this. Just don't get hit by that spear in particular. Okay, so this thing also counts as one of the things that slows your movement speed to 1 pixel per frame if you diagonal into it. You can see it if you're looking hard enough, but maybe it's not as evident on stream. You can see it with the sword out for sure. Something I see a lot of people do here is they'll cut the dash and they'll go back to cardinal down, which is like, it's an anti-pump and it's not ergonomic because while you're holding cardinal down, you'll end up switching back to diagonal before the left. So it's kind of not the best. So once you switch to the down left, you can hold it until you have to do cardinal left. I opened the chest before the shadow spawn, which is fast. There's a few things I do in this room. I'm not very good at it, so I might be talking out of my ass. If this guy goes somewhere like here, I'll do a weird movement to lure him further down before I go towards this. I'll do like a double cardinal bullshit. Yeah, this one. So if you don't do that, he'll get stuck on the statue. But the problem is, I'm still slow. I guess that's fine. I don't know what I was gonna do there. Bye. No, I have no idea. I have no justification for that other than I do it. It could be a detriment for all I know. You have to go there anyway. This, the fucking side of this guy's mouth, that, if you diagonal into that, that slows you too. Mouths are basically doors. So try to clear that before you go up. I do this menu here. I don't advocate for it at all. Just... Oops. I do this the same way Eddie does, at least the last time I watched him. I'm using the sword as a visual cue. This is as close to the edge you can be. I'm looking at the little brown line above it, above the sword, and you can be 1 pixel down, and there's like a light brown in there. The only problem I have with this method is, if you're sloppy on the sword slash, you'll hit the mold orb in there, and it gives you lag. Like, slash lag, and then you can't adjust appropriately. I changed my grip for this, too. I'm wasted. Something about this screen. You want to make sure to get cleanly into the pit, because if you clip into this barrier, it takes you longer to fall in. Let's try to time it, I guess. Wait. – 2013. Oops. It might not make a difference. Even 2 frames, maybe. Oh, that was a good one. Gonna be 3 frames for sure. I lied. Anyway, don't clip in if you can help it. Twin, if you're here, this is relevant to you. I guess everybody knows this anyway, but you neutral dash out of the door. You menu. This is the earliest pixel you can menu on. You have to move up left for 3 frames or 2 pixels, I think. Not sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Anyway, what did I say? Up left. Up left. Up left. I'm dumb. I tried the thing where you walk into the door here, and I couldn't get it to save any time. I want to show a thing Awase showed me a while ago. When you get blocked by this guy, and then the bar goes up. You want to do something like this. And like, you might get into the door, but it's really good for opening the door and being able to walk through the fire bar. I'd like to get a better example. Ugh. Sometimes the fire bar will go around the door and down the other side, and it's like fine and good. But getting the door unlocked is really helpful too. I was too fast there, but it's fine. It's way better than waiting. My visual cue to cut my dash is these 2 little blips down here. Oops. I see people cut it with down right, which I don't think that's necessary, but oh, and also you want to grab this pot as low as possible. That's a good one. Yeah, menuing. Yeah, exactly. I like how in Zelda Splice, there's like RPG does in desert does the bridge screen, like on the overworld. And then on the next screen, the position isn't even lined up for like the times. It just doesn't make any sense. The whole screen shifts to adjust for the preset. So, anyway. So, on the moth fight, I do a bonk when the conveyor is going left and when it's going down. And I think if you're a better player than me, you don't have to do that. But those are the things that make it easier for me. And something about the fight, you should never ever spin your sword. The way that you stop your sword being out is holding the dash button until the dash completes, and then holding a direction that's not forward. Yeah, Strat Hub's kind of a cesspool. It's the Wild West of ILs. I think... I'm not sure what advice I want to give for this. Like, you kind of just want to do the fight. But when you get medium RNG, like, you want to like... Oh, I have a line on the screen, good. What color is this? When the moth is, like, here, or here, you want to make sure that your slashes are from these yellow points and is hitting the moth away from the spikes. Otherwise, it's not even worth your time to slash it. Do you bonk if he's going down? Well, I'm doing stuff based on the conveyor, not what the moth does, unless that's what you meant. If the conveyor's going left or the conveyor's going down, I'll do the bonk. And that's just a personal preference. It helps me get the double poke most of the time. And something to keep in mind is when you're doing... I don't... Moth's direction doesn't really have a influence on anything that I do, I don't think, other than I'm chasing the boss. I was gonna say, the conveyors, if you're holding diagonal on a conveyor, you'll always face north or south. So if you want to slash left or right, you have to be very, very deliberate. Oops. Oops, I'm surprised I didn't hit. Oh, please. Some of the times are just like on the Strat Hub, like Aga 2 is just people started timing it differently. And like the first one in Skullwoods, I think that's fucked because it's from a preset kind of thing. And there's other stuff that's just not actually real. Hell yeah. Alright, that's probably enough of this. I don't think the fight's too in-depth, and you just gotta do the thing and get lucky. double poke is the most important thing, and then everything else is just the Wild West. So for this one, you can buffer that start press as well. And I guess this is the first time we've been in the flute menu. But right and down will make it oscillate. Not oscillate. Descend, I guess. Right and down is descend. Up and left is ascend. So when you do a flute, you can get really fast flute times. But it's kind of scary. Something I do here is I just hold up left to here, and then I dash, and then I menu to see where I'm at. This is a frame short of where I want to land. That's a frame too far, I think. It seems like this fails in the practice hack a lot. Maybe it's where I, like, select buffer or whatever. Well, not even hold. You can press it out of the mirror when... I'll just show. Well, alright. I did it right. Trust me, bro. You can just press it, like... I did do it there, too. Promise. I just have fat fingers. Let's try it one more time. But you can time your press pretty... Almost missed it, but it's fine. Yeah, you can just... It's the same as Frog Door from all dungeons. You just press it when the waves are almost gone. So this is how I do the screen. And I bring my right hand over to help cut the dash. I guess I'll show that a little bit. Sometimes I get the frame perfect dash cancel, but not usually. Good luck with your chores. Some of it's the D-pad stiff, I guess. I gotta hit it harder. Whatever. Why is my camera so fucked? You want to move down at least a pixel here. If you don't move down, you're cutting the top row of grass while your Link is in the bottom and he's moving 25% slower. I do the old stupid crystal bullshit here. I have no preference. Like, I don't care what anybody does on that screen. Something I do here is... I see a lot of players will face down and get the anti-pump. And I feel like that's actually... lets the lottery happen more frequently. Just moving slower. Like, I almost never get hit here. I do grab the stump a lot, though. Oops. There is this... So when you do enter the screen, you want to look at Link, and there's actually a pixel between him and the slope. Right here. You want that. If I see that I'm low, I'll tap up. Is that 100%? If you're 2 pixels off the wall, I'm pretty sure. In my first 123, I got destroyed there. I walked into the guy because he did a mega ultra jump. You think? Let me look at it. I never noticed that, but I want to look at it. Yeah, maybe that's what it. Maybe it's the slope dash. That's the thing. If you press down, that one looked worse. That one looked fine. Maybe it's like RNG slope dash when you press down. Oh, that was bad too. Maybe I stink. Maybe my save state sucks. Anyway, I do those things and I don't get hit very frequently. Are you saying that you don't nudge the tree? That you just go around it? This is one of the ones that I try to get a pixel in for a good slope dash. I'm not going to go over quick fish because I can't demonstrate it very well. Just figure it out. I'm on the flute. If you can, you wanna cut this dash, like get your sword put away. And I bring my right hand over and tap upright, and it doesn't even like. If you do it quick, it doesn't fuck up your movement at all. I don't have much insight about this screen. I kind of stink at it. Oops. I don't care to go over it. That's everybody's own personal adventure. Yeah, I agree with that, Fox. I just haven't gotten fucked enough by it to not stop doing it. Oh, shit. I don't know what canceled my dash or my text. Let's pretend I didn't do any of those. There's like, most people know about this. You get stuck on this piece of fucking geometry down here. If you clip into it, you do shit like that, where you hop when you're not supposed to. Fun. I love Zelda. Why does that miss? I guess that's too aggressive anyway. I'm the worst. Alright, let's get out of this. Yeah, not having beams and ice ruins the whole split. And I think it's like I don't know. There's two different arguments you can make. You can go for consistency, or you can just say, on a good run, I'm gonna get lucky anyway. I need to practice this screen. My insight's bad. Well, that was shitty too. Good thing Josh left. I'm embarrassed. Just get me out, dude. Don't watch that part. I see a lot of players, more than you'd expect, not dash turning here. I think I called out Concision for it in his PB review. I don't think I have a lot of insight here either, other than like the bombs explosions are square, like something like that shit. And the corner hits the switch pretty easily. Oops. I guess getting around this when I'm in here, like it's intuitive to hold up left, but that actually gets you stuck. I just hold up, cardinal up until I clear this thing. I guess when the top right guy is flashing, I'd like delay a little bit. Delay the bomb placement. Oh, if you get a frame perfect A press down here, you'll dash turn. I want to try and do it. Like that. And when the skeleton fucks covering this, a future rush, covering this square, that's when you can throw the thing up. I'm looking at, let's make another. I'm looking at the skeleton's head to like reattach to the body, and that's when I charge my dash out of the door. And then I do it a frame too fast every time. It's really fun. I don't know if I have any. I think people know this screen enough to like. The only thing I'd say is when the conveyor's going to the left, you can try to snap into the door by holding down right. I don't do the dash on the screen. I couldn't get it to save any time without pumping. No, I'm not doing that. Can you go over the penguin lineup room? I was trying to avoid it because I don't have anything good to say. I can show you what I do. I can show you what I used to do and what I do now. So my vision, so I would slash upward until I got to this point, and then I'd hold down left till I got to this. Then I'd release and hold down. So I can do that a few times. Let me do it better. But I've kind of changed how I do it. I don't know if my lines on the screen are helping or not. Seems like not really because the camera shifts. Yeah, the slash direction is pretty unimportant. Sometimes you'll get here with beams. If you don't have to deboost on the conveyor, then you don't want to slash left. I've started holding up left out of the door. And doing the same thing I just said. In runs, I'm a little bit more sloppy. I'm getting like 820 times probably. I don't know. It's definitely something I need to relook at. Ah. This is why I didn't want to go over it. But like you can... Yeah, I agree with that. But like if you just up slash to here, swap the diagonal, swap the down and release, something like that. And like if you're not worried about time, you can just get an 820 every time and it's fine. Just make sure you have visual cues for when to change directions. But I don't really do it the way that I taught anymore, so it's kind of not so super helpful. Oh, it kills me when people try to do like a made-up baby strat and it's terrible. They still don't get like the one cycle. I switched my grip here. Like I'm holding right with my right hand so I can change to down. And for this screen, I'm holding down. And I do like a down right into the hammer. Whoops, let me try it better. And it helps me align. It helps me not fuck it up, I guess. Oh. I tried to grab the mole. I push them. I don't know if I have anything to say here. Like I stand still between the second and third fire rod shots. And when I'm charging my sword up top, I don't go down until I see and hear the icicle noise. And I actually have an easier time with this fight if I piano grip it. But I still don't do that, even though I just said it. I remember one time WQ lost a run here because for the spin he did a spin speed. He just fucking died. Let's... I feel like I have less insight the further we go on. I don't know if it's because I'm sick of this shit or if I just don't. So you can buffer this start press as well. And what I do is I press the flute before I move. Like I press the flute, then I walk. And when I hear the second toot of the flute, I dash from the screen patch. You get the bird dash? Well, maybe I'll be done by then. I'm a big advocate of using the menu to get around this dildo. Or like seeing shit like that happen. See how helpful that was? You can do the Kaz node quick warp where you touch this, drag your face across that. You usually get that even without a buffer. Oh, the lag. What am I doing? So, the menus on Death Mountain are pretty, disposable for me. Like, I want to use it as soon as I face some adversity and not in a specific spot. It might be bad in a way where, it's a lot of inputs. But it's good for me. I always slash that guy if he's doing that movement. If I still have the menu, I'll use it here. Like, to enter that portal. So, if this dead rock goes on the bridge, you absolutely do not want to gamble and hope... If it goes, like, here, it starts bouncing around and you hope that it's gonna get out of your way, it's not. So you should... The safe thing to do is to go over here. Waste your 3 seconds and despawn it. I'd like to make it happen so I can show it, but... This might not be worth the effort. Let's just pretend it happened and you go over here. And you can... I've seen, like, losing a run over that is not worth it. Don't be greedy. Oh, hello. See? I'm glad it happened. So 14... I want to do that one more time and just get the time for the ether to see how slow that was. 1446. Yeah, so like over 3 seconds, which it sucks, but you know, you don't lose fucking 20. I arbitrarily menu to the mirror or the hammer there just because. You have to move down a bit to talk to pedestal. Which, do you mean the pedestal or do you mean the ether tablet? Yes, but you can dash turn and talk to it. I'm pretty sure. But I've tried it before, but I hated it. So, I don't know if people know. Behind the statue, there's no grass, so you'll move a little faster. I guess there's plenty of space there. Like, I'm still not in the grass. And usually for this screen, I take it pretty conservatively. If it's scary at all, I'll just not go for the quick warp. Then that shit happens anyway. Guess they mow there, yeah. Desert in the logic, that's what I was thinking. Can you hold up and talk? No, I think you'll... I don't think so. That's a good question. No, for whatever reason. Hey, Riggs. You can either be flush with this rock, or 1 pixel up. It's like talking to anything else. Yeah, weird. So you can get out of the grass here too. I do a weird movement here that I stole from Blunt Money for no reason. Like, it's totally fine if you move like this. I don't know what the difference is. I see a surprising amount of people. They'll do the hammer dash, and they'll like end up here or something, and they'll try to go down here and then do this. That's awful. Like, just take the time while you're here to make sure that you're to the right of that rock. You can hold down right. Was I not doing it? I might not have been. It doesn't sound like a thing I explicitly knew. I might have been. I use the menu to help me with the quick warp here. I'm looking at the dam line from the menu. 1 or 2 pixels of the dam showing is a quick warp. Well, I guess it probably... I'm not going to test it. If you get any reasonable warp. I guess it depends. If you're hitting it good from the bottom, that's probably untrue. So for this split, I don't mind not having beams. Like, losing 1 heart on the mountain's kind of fine. Especially if you get a spin cancel on the stairs. I forgot. So the visual cue, I'm looking at the shield in conjunction with the shadow. Either touching it or one pixel over. But I guess it's the same, the menu's the same thing, huh? Same queue. Yeah, Swamp One kind of sucks with beams, or even in general. Sometimes you can just play it real good and everything moves out of the way. I'm getting tired of talking. I've heard people say this bomb is good, but I really hate getting it. Unless I'm on zero. Wait, yeah, I usually just opt for the restock and the arrows. If you're like not really pumping here, you want to grab the barrier before you intersect with the crushed mole thing. So for this screen, if this idiot that I just killed, if he does some kind of movement that makes me slow, I'm pretty content to be aggressive on the next part. Like if I go like this, walking 2 steps, it's usually safe here, unless I get knocked out of my dash. And if that's not the case, like if I dash right away, let's find a better example. I stole this from Zelda. I doubt he still does it, but I do a little thing to delay on purpose. You do berries. I want to get the shitty RNG. Do something like that. If he's in the way, you can just slash him, especially if you don't have beams. The only problem with that is when you're dashing to the left, if you try to slash immediately, you'll have like the lag frames or whatever. You have to delay slightly, like 5 frames. So just don't slash immediately. I do some weird shit in here I probably need to relook at. Yeah, I was thinking what Oase said, where I just kill him on the way, like, on the next screen. Like right here. Yeah, I'm just scared of ghosts, so I don't know. You count the wiggles for the lever. For anybody that doesn't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, run. Also, that dash is slow. Which one? I know Zelda pumps here. Except he's, like, flying. I like that you can just see the difference. Yeah, I only do the rail thing when I'm going for the hook shot. I guess I cut my dash here both times. Like when I'm not sure what's appropriate to cover, because I feel like the people that are going to watch this will have a pretty basic understanding of things. There's a few things in here. I used to try to do some funky shit, but I just try to dash as fast as possible. And if I feel like this guy's gonna give me a bad thing, I just cut my dash. I have my hand prepped. Like, I bring my right hand over to cut the dash if I need to. Like that. That was pretty close, though. Alright, I won't. Goodbye forever. I mean, Turtle Rock and Mire aren't going to be very involved anyway. It's not like I'm gonna go over Pokies 2 or some shit. I don't do the hammer dash stuff, I'm a baby. I saw something that Scroople didn't do yesterday, or earlier today. When you dash out of here, you want to at least nudge this pot. It makes it, like, when you're gridded and you jump off of something, it gives you a further distance. If I'm not gridded, that was like a little bit less. And if this guy's blinking, you can just dash up and kill him. And it's really good. Like, every time he's blinking, I'm happy to see it. So I touched the rail for this, and then if you move up and dash turn, you're gridded for the staircase. I've seen Zelna do it before. I think it's in his splice. And like when he does it, his link is just moving. Like he's definitely moving 2 pixels every single frame. Something I do here, so when I touch the statue, I do like 5 wiggles, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pick up the thing. I start going up left, and then when the switch triggers, I go to down left. And if this guy isn't in the way, I'll hookshot the pot. Press cardinal down. Dash turn. And sometimes I have to change what I'm doing based on these fucking idiots. Cardinal to the statue. Yeah, I saw Eddie do like diagonal to it one time too, and maybe it's better for him where he's really good at like this, getting the wiggles in without getting cardinals in between. I'm sure he tested it and got that better for him, or he wouldn't do it. But this is a pretty basic bitch way to do it. What was I gonna say? If you don't get this hook speed, holding like a diagonal and pressing the A button, you usually lift the pot on the second try. So let's try that again. So like just holding up left and spamming the A button. You can even see every other, like the first time I press it, he's grabbing the chest. The second time he's dashing. It must alternate between what it prioritizes. Or it's like something dash related. Really better. I guess it doesn't matter. I hate all of that. I don't try to dodge these in any particular way anymore. I just try to pump in the door, dash as fast as possible, and hope I don't get fucked. At some point, I decided it wasn't worth the effort to try and like dodge them. You didn't time walk into dash. That sounds that sounds like the slowest thing. You'll have to time it. Evening, pal. Peetings. For this screen, I hold down, and then I slam down left and A. Instead of trying to slam it all, I make sure I'm holding the down button, hold down, slam down left and A. I don't know. I don't go on that site. I was mostly timing it for myself. Like, I'm not gonna do it anyway. I don't know if I have much insight on the Phelps screen. Do you have... So, the way this works is, like... It's the same as fence dash. So, like... Along this slope, there's just magically some pixels that work. And moving 1 pixel to the left or 2 pixels to the left will work. I just moved 3, so it won't work. Whoops. Not like that. Yeah, this is more forgiving than fence dash, but 1 or 2 pixels. No, they don't have to be pressed at the same time, but you have to move 1 or 2 pixels specifically. There are other pixels that work too, but like 1, 2, stair lag. I got the stair lag frame. This will bonk. Okay, fuck me, I guess. I'm not familiar with all the variations other than... one and 2 pixels to the left works. I think even 1 to the right works. I wonder if you can just... I wonder if there's like a baby strat. Just... Like 17. So no, you don't need to cancel the stair lag because when you press the dash, that cancels stair lag. Pressing the A button will cancel the stair lag. It's the same as like Moldorm. You don't have to cancel stair lag here because you're gonna dash anyway. So I don't cancel the stair lag there because you know it's not necessary. Hold up left. Which, how does this help? Oh god, it works. I was trying to see, it seems like it does, let's see. I want to see how bad is it if you cancel your dash and just walk. You can hold down right until you touch this, and then dash. Wait, it didn't work that time? Was it because I slashed? It was. Wait, no it wasn't. Okay. Face left. Oh. Oh, that's weird, okay. That works. Let's just see. I don't have a good baseline for... That seems like it's better than, like, if you're not confident in it at all. Both of these things seem good. Good enough, like, better than canceling your dash. That's kind of neat. Maybe somebody can make it a little better. A little more friendly for... What's the first thing you were doing? You mean this? I'm just holding down right and then dashing. But it doesn't seem consistent depending on how long I wiggle into the pixel. Your thing's better. Oops. Your thing gets you an actual spot to work in. I guess that works too, but that's slower. You'll have to spread the word. The only thing, the problem with that is it's not exactly a less experienced, friendly thing to do. Hold left into up left into dash turn. The inputs might get garbled. Oops, it's not right. So, like, while I think it's good and intuitive, somebody that's missing dash turns is probably going to miss that too. Well, actually, the dash turn wouldn't matter. I don't know if I have any insight to this. Just practice it for 100 hours. The only thing I would say is don't start going for it in runs until you're able to fail it and not lose extra time. Let me stand up for a minute. Yeah. I don't know who we can trick into doing it to test it. If you tell me what to test, I can say well and then forget. No, it wasn't a test anything. It was a baby way to do something. Like if you wedge yourself in this corner and then dash turn. It's a free way to get this door dash, but it might not be suitable for... For people that aren't capable of the other thing. What are you crying for? She was just crying. I just let her out. But it's snowing, so I'm gonna have to check on her. I'm looking at the edge of the dam. Not the edge, but my menu. I'm looking at these lines here. Oops, that you can't see that. These lines here, 1 or 2 pixels showing. It's a quick warp. You can buffer this menu. You can do something more aggressive for the bird dash, but I'm scared. I don't have ether. Something new that we like to call the Peter press. If you press Y and B on the same frame, or B then Y the next frame, the animation saves 3 frames. For fun. Something I like to do here is, if you want to use the menu here, you would like press right and then menu right away to reduce the time that you're needlessly walking right, and then touch the wall and dash. It's a really weird, like there's not a lot of room to work with. I don't menu there, so I just do it like that. Let's do it right. That wasn't right, but it was weird. Wow, I suck. That was fine. I have a lot of trouble with this room for somebody of my skill level. I probably need better, like, visual cues. Ooh. Anyway, I'm not gonna go over that. There is a thing you can do here. Like, to reduce the RNG of the fire bar, to get it moving early. It's not very good, Twin, but I don't like it. But it's not that slow. Well, it is compared to the best RNG, I guess. To lift this pot, you only have to be 1 pixel off the wall. Oase has the other 96 for the even 100. So for the fireball skip, you wanna, when you do your dash, you end up nudging this barrier, which puts you on the grid. And then if you enter the stairs cleanly, it's pretty easy to get a good dash. Well, fuck me. It's even easier if you pump. I didn't get a clean stair entry. I'm pretty sure a frame ruled the fireball. Blah. This door's a little weird. You can, like, you can snap to it, because it's on the conveyor. That's a bastard door, so don't hold diagonal. I like the neutral dash here. The last time I said that, people yelled at me. if the slug gets in the way, the goal was to kill him and pick up the bomb. At this point, you would have 1. Unless you got extras. And getting this slug bomb, it turns a bad RNG into a good one because you don't have to collect the bomb later. So like something like that. It doesn't lose time because you get the bomb for free. I don't think so. When I light the torch, I look at live split to see the time, like everybody does. And the torch goes out 17 seconds after you light it, or 4 seconds after the last one like dissipates. That's when you regain control. I use live split to help me enter the door. I like the diagonal there, the same as I do in the Thieves Town, the Maiden Cell. Hey, Retro. I'm assuming you already left. So, something about this. I'm pretty sure you can always just hold upright. You cleanly get through there. But I'm not positive. I think if you, like... Let's try to make that not happen. I guess it should work because when you swap to, like, the game preserves your subpixels through transitions. But if you go from holding right to holding upright, you're gonna start on the one movement every time. Yeah, you can double pump. I value getting through the hole better. Yeah, so if I... Yeah, there is some variability based on your... But yeah, if you just... It should work, it's fine. I don't think I'm saving time with a double pump. Compared... Well, I guess I saved 2 frames that time, but... that time I wiggled. I don't think I care for this. I lost time? Perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on YouTube, I think. YouTube's just an easier place to keep VODs. I'm recording it right now. It was something I wanted to do for a while. And I felt like it today. Hopefully it helps people. And it is also good in the way that, it's giving me a little more insight on the stuff that I want to focus my practice on. You can be really high for this. You hold diagonal from the door. This is the first pixel that works for the hook shot. Let's do that again, because I don't explicitly know this. Yeah, I'm looking at, like, Link touching this little blob of shit. So for this screen, I like to hold cardinal the whole way to the first pot. Do like a little pot slide thing. But it kind of depends on how good your movement is. If you have something that works, then don't change it. I suck. never struggled this much in my life. Yeah, I guess that seems fine, but what's the... What do you get by killing him? Unless he's, like, on the arrow drop or something. Which is, like... I guess it would be worth it to walk and get them, but, like, barely. But I guess it might be good to cycle, like... If you're on the heart drop, and you cycle it to the arrows next, and then you kill one of the Baris in, like, the TR lobby, and get the arrows there, I guess it could be beneficial. I hate the hook. Blam. This is not very helpful. Let me get beyond this room. Oops. So you can't, if you want to do the fast thing, what I do is I hold left until I'm, like, touching the intersection between the brown and the green stuff, and I dash. And I cancel it with an up left. And you can beat the anti-fairy, but it's a little scary. It's more lenient than what it seems, but, like, don't mess up. That saved 25 frames, I guess? Maybe I'm, like, not understanding. That seems pretty fast, though. So, I was watching the Mentor thing yesterday. Blunt Bunny said about neutral dashing here, and it gives you 5 frames to stop on. To lift the pot, which I think is fine. I hate it, though. I can see what I have to do out of the menu, but I understand that the advice is probably for newer players. I guess I want to show the thing where you, if you place the block poorly, or if you, like, dash into it, you can re-dash and get through the door. It's good to be able to identify when you can do that. Yeah, I never put much work into it other than learning it initially. For this room, I like to hold left into down left to touch this block, and I menu right here if the Stalfos is in the way. You can tell if he's gonna stop in your path or not. I especially like the menu because I used to use it on Spooky 1. I realized that it actually sucks there. I guess it's not very likely for him to block you, though. Something I do is, when the switch triggers, I hold down left and not cardinal down. But I also walk this part. Hey, Zal. There's still a red line. Hell yeah. It adds flavor. I don't have much to say about this. I just walk up. I just slash till I'm, like, here. Slash and walk till I'm here. And then... That's too high. I'm looking at to be roughly aligned with this line on the brick. This dash. I suck. So I see a lot of players, they have some trouble with the third spin, where they're, after the second spin, they're moving cardinal down and wasting a bunch of time and going way around, which is, like, fine, but it's not really. Because you end up, the more that you nickel and dime yourself on the movement, the more like I almost got fucked there just by arbitrarily going a little bit slower. So, the first spin, I want Link nestled right in here. The second spin, I want to be on this eyeball in the background. And from the second spin, I want to diagonal slash my sword and get in the goo as fast as possible, assuming I have more than 5 hearts. It's a camera change. Okay, it should be fine. Oops. Runs over. So if you're fast enough, there should be no danger of getting bopped when you're on this side. Like, the eye that's going to hit me hasn't even, or is going to hit somebody else, hasn't even started moving yet. Uh-oh, runs over. I wasn't aware. Okay. So you can buffer the start press too. I think bonking this saves a frame sometimes. You can light this bomb really early if it's safe. Even earlier than that. Let's try it again. Runs over. Like, I wouldn't ever do that in a run, but I just wanted to emphasize how early you can place it. Usually somewhere in this groove is pretty good. No, I didn't mean to save state. What if you reveal a green guard? Just don't get unlucky. I don't have a real suggestion. It's kind of rare, but it kind of depends on, like, as you get better, you're mowing down less and less extra grass in the game. So, like, it's a little less common to get him here, but not impossible. And, like, sometimes you just get fucked. Sometimes there's a bomb in front of the door, and you go fuck yourself. Yeah, like, if you can kill him, just kill him. The way that I would describe it is you want to prepare for the thing. You want to prepare for the best outcome first, and then the worst outcomes later. I like using the menu here as well to read whatever's happening. I've been getting hit there a lot, needlessly. Oh, I stink. I was thinking about... I should have maybe went for the Waffle House there. It wasn't as scary as what it looked. Just had to slow down. When you do the Waffle House, you want to touch this rock on the way out of these rocks. That was not right. Yeah, time loss house. I guess this isn't very productive. I'm not particularly good at the strat, but I think it's worth... I think it's worth coming up here and seeing what the top guy's doing, and whether there's some situation where you can feasibly do it easily. Because sometimes it is the right thing to do for the situation. And sometimes you can brute force it. Am I an EG? Oh, wait, what? How did he quick hop? Did I press the button? I'll have to look at that later. I wonder if the rock did something to my hop and, like, stored the hopping state. What time was that at? 4:56. I'll look at that later. Maybe I just pressed the button, but I don't think I did. Yeah, but I didn't... I was dashing. How do you have super speed armed while you're dashing? I'll look at it later. Maybe I just didn't realize the buttons that I pressed. I have a lot of trouble with getting into this door. I think it's the way that I approach this. I probably pressed A. That seems... It might be easier for me if I do that. I probably pressed A. Lost my mind. I'll have to... I have been streaming for too long, so that makes sense. I love being shocked by the thing that I caused. So, sometimes... if this guy ends up in a situation that's here, you gotta either wait or do something about it. It's easier if you have beams to just doink him like that. I used to fuck myself a lot on the screen. It's actually not that scary. You just gotta commit to the dash if you're doing it. Oops. I have no insight on this stuff other than the... Let's do that again. I guess people know about this already, but the quick warp that I went over earlier, it's centered, or if it's like... You can do the correction and get it that way. I do the Peter press here too, save my 3 frames, and then lose it all trying to quick hop. So, let's do that again. Most of the time, if not all of the time, when you're laying a platform, you want to be holding a diagonal. It's like I can lay it from that far away. And what the diagonal does is it initiates the platform to start moving on the first possible frame. Like it's moving now and I'm not even on it yet. And you want to do that almost everywhere. So same thing here, hold upright once you can. You'll insta-board the platform and make it go. So for this I changed my grip. I'm looking at when the platform intersects with this line. I press the Y button with my middle finger and then start with my index immediately after. And I'm waiting for see the fire rod in this position. The hook shot to the left. It's kind of hard doing the buffers. Danger. I'm not gonna go over this, I don't think. Mostly because I stink at it, but also I don't want to. I think most players know how to do it. So hold up left here for this. Same thing. Sometimes you have to slash this guy twice, and it's stupid. I usually slash right away. You can get a little fancy with how you want to do it, but I just slash right away. On all RNGs. Oh shit, this room. So I don't know how to really talk about this. If you choose a side to go on and the chomps are going fast, you're gonna get hit before you detonate the second block and get the switch pushed. You push it the other way? Probably not. That would be dumb. So you need to be cognizant of his movements. Usually it's fine, but sometimes I will forfeit detonating the second block, take the hit, and push the switch. I learned that from WQ in his real PB. Hopefully I can get an example. I guess it's pretty uncommon, but that was fine. That was a good enough example for what I wanted to show. Just having some awareness to not just blat 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 on the Y button. Because if I would have went as fast as possible there, it would have been very bad. Basically, we're about to pinch it off soon. Oh, I want to practice this. So I guess, I heard somebody say that Bidey said that if you dash turn really late, you just always get in the door on that RNG. I'm not very good at this room for my skill level. For this RNG, it's a little better to like take the time and walk above the guy and knock the key downward. Dash turn late, very good. Like, I nail it in runs, but I'm never, like, I don't feel good about it. So I need to spend some time in here. Yeah, the upright RNG. You want to knock the drops towards the door. It's worth the time spent. Do something else, anything else, except for top left, and I'll move on. Alright, let's move on. If you diagonal against this, it actually slows you down too. I saw that WQ does it the last time I watched him 100 years ago, but maybe he just does it on purpose for ease. With this switch, you can actually be against the wall and hit it. Taking the time to move to the left is just wasted. If you're a couple of pixels off the wall, your sword beam will hit it if you have them. He did up left into left. Yeah. But that seemed like I didn't know why, I guess. It's a couple of frames faster. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess you don't get the drag right away because you're not against it or whatever. I'll have to look into it. I don't think I care to talk about Pokies too. Just don't get the bombs. So I try on this screen to like, the first block can be on the second frame that you have control. And I try to move like probably to here before I detonate it. And that way, when the switch flicks, I'm lined up with where I want to be. It makes it easier for me. But it depends on how fast I'm going. I won't do it like that if I fuck up the room or whatever. Still going, yeah. Not much left, baby. So I try to do like I'm right and A on the same frame, like a fence dash here. And I try to take, like, I'm actually looking at Link when I do it to see if he moved 1 pixel. To see if this little turd thing is covered. I wonder how droopy my ears will get when I get old. You can use the boomerang to kill the Trinex. It's the cool new thing. So, yeah, the double poke. I menu during the 3rd slash. Hold the B button when the menu recedes. And I do a full-length poke dash into his asshole. Well, I actually dash there. And the second head doesn't matter too much if you want to do it or not. Sometimes it saves time. I'm the worst. Something that helped me was like, you can get way into his asshole and the poke dash will hit. I do bail on it if my movement sucks. So for these dashes here, it's really good to extend them really far. It's safer. If you cut them short, you can get blasted by the guy. I'm going to try to get blasted once, but I don't know the criteria. It's fine. I don't know. I go like way over there. This one too. For me, the further left, the better. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. The last time I played low leg, I just dashed into one. For fun. Oh. There's scruples here. I do a dash turn here. Stay on the grid to align with the door even though I messed it up. You can be really fast in this room and I don't do it. You can like... You can honk on this like that. Just like that. So when I'm going for the spike skip, I'm looking at the shadow in conjunction with the tiles. And this is what I want to see. Like touching it. And then I go 2 frames down right and do the hook shot. Wait, no. I hook shot this one and then do the 2 frames. Okay, I'm dumb. I'm slow. That's good. Usually if I miss the thing, I just give up on it. If I miss this menu, I forfeit it. I still do these rooms like a baby. I want to try to get through once. Alright, it's fine. So I don't even dash turn here. I don't want to risk grabbing the rail. I just do this like a total baby too. I do the whole basement like a baby. And the whole upstairs. So I want to see, like... You can be, like, really... I probably have to work on that some more. So I nudge the rail a lot. Let me check on my cat. I left her outside. She waited for it to start snowing to cry to go outside so she could hide under my car and cry. So, she's in now. The way I do this is like, it's kind of some bullshit. I press Y and B on the same frame. And when I menu, I swap to upright. And the problem with that is I'm chest sliding to the right. But like, I do the strat, so... It's a little bit obtuse, like I'm doing too much stuff for no reason, but it's just how I do it. I want to practice this the faster way. I mean, I know how to do it, but I need to do some reps to, like, slap it on the run consistently. I don't know if I have much left to say about the run, to be honest. Maybe a few things in the gauntlet. I have my visual cue to hold down is like right here. Perfect. I'm gonna just go over this real quick. I put a lot of work into this regular strat. You wanna, when you slash the switch, you wanna be at least halfway above it. And like, don't slash it fast. If you go too fast, it fucks up the spike pattern. And there's no slashing it fast doesn't make you faster. But also just do this. If you have arrows to spare. I didn't even do it good and I saved a bunch. So sometimes I'll prioritize this guy second if he looks like he's gonna get away from me soon. I don't ever do the dash right. What am I doing? Sometimes the skeleton, if he does the short movement up, the right guy, it kind of fucks me up a little. I guess something to keep in mind is, when you're slashing left or right, you will be able to hit the stuff up here too, which is important in Gauntlet 3. The only thing I have to show in Gauntlet 2 is using the arrow on the skeleton. I'm on the conveyor. He's insane. I suck. I'm not showing anything. I'm just floundering. Ow. I wanted him to do like the thing where I can shoot him once. Something like that. Usually that will hit. I like the menu in this room a lot. I want to show one particular thing. The slash leg. I just want to, when the middle guy goes up the gut, I want to show how I deal with him. Or when he does the short walk, I guess. Please. I make sure to slash that way so I can maximize my dash a little better and then kill the next guy if he's like within distance. Whoops, don't do that. For this room, I look for Link to be covering this star. And then I slash, and dash. Whoops. Sometimes you get a little fuckoed on the bottom. I think the hard dash on the door is too dangerous. It's too costly if you miss. You always... You mean here? Yes. I don't ever do the arrow or the dash. We'll move on, I think. That's probably... I don't have much else to say that's like... It's very important. One thing I try to do here is... I try to hold down right out of the first spin, and it makes me face down. Oh, I tried. I think something I need to work on is beating this fireball better. I'm not very good at this fight. I don't think this is helpful for anybody. I am gonna do this just to have it in here. This is like the faster way, I think. Oops. I guess it's not much faster. Whoops. I don't think it's worth going over this room. Like, you can do that, but it's whatever. Go faster. You can hold diagonal out of bastard doors and use items in them. I don't know if that was apparent to everybody. I guess this isn't really not much to teach here. You just do the rooms. You just skip that guy. If I want to be safe in this room, I walk until here. Well, a little bit further. Slash and dash. It's a green ham thing, but it's kind of slow. That's pretty slow too. You can get pretty good times doing this, but it's like it's kind of dog shit doing the safe strat sweaty. You know, like what's the point? It's too much. Alright, I guess I'll spend some amount of time in here. Let's make the save state a little closer. So, I deboost a lot. It's not really a secret. I try to get an average of 2 hits per cycle. So if I get 3 on the first cycle, I'm okay with gambling for 1 on, like, if I take a gamble on the second phase and I only get 1, that's fine. Fine. Getting 2 is a lot better. Getting 3 is great. But I try to value consistency over, like, squeeze my dick off. So that's bad. Getting 1 on the first cycle is terrible. Because this is what happens. Probably 2. Something a lot of players don't know is you can stand right here safely in the clones and spin the balls like that. I see a lot of players lose time for free because they don't know that. Right here, I would just try to get 2. I'm not sure how much I can, like, feasibly explain. I'm just gonna do the fight a few times to have it in here. A lot of the time, like right there specifically, I just ignored the real Aga because the blue ball risk was too high. If he blue balls me and I get hit away, I'm fucked. I didn't play that right. That was risky. I'm bad. Oh, there's only 1. So I'm definitely gonna ignore the real one here. It's gonna be 1, 2, nothing. Oh wait, that's not right. I'm embarrassed. I should have dodged from the deboosted from the side probably. It's hard to explain in real time. So that one, first of all, I'm surprised he's not dead. Secondly, I was okay with that gamble. If I got blue balled because I thought that I'd have 4, which I was wrong. That was a good one. I had the deboost really late, or the ball coming up through my ass wouldn't have went through. Try for 2 here, hope we get 3 kind of thing. I might not be able to deflect. Yeah. That's what I expected. I don't think that was right. I was almost out of position for that one. I just try for 2 here. I forfeit the triple. It's too hard. Maybe I could have done it from the side. I probably won't do very many more. I don't know how to verbalize the things I'd like to say in this fight. I think just having some examples of things that I do might be okay. So, I moved down left here because when I deflect the ball, I won't actually get knocked out of my spin. Like if it's a blue ball, it's risk mitigation. So I play it pretty conservatively, and I really want to get 3 cycles. That might have been 3, I don't think so. Alright, I just want to see if he's gonna die or not. No, he wasn't anyway. I played that terribly. I tried to slash the blue ball at the same time as the energy ball. I don't know if I want to do Ganon at all. I don't know. I do, but I already have stuff made for that. And there's, like, resources. I should have been below him. Let's start over. I tried to do the same thing. Slash the blue ball and the energy ball at the same time. Unlucky. Alright, we'll do like one more. I don't think Ganon's the thing I want to do. It's such a large thing to cover. If you have questions, just ask me. Anything advanced? I shouldn't have stopped playing there. I should have went for the last hit, but alright, well, I've had enough. I think I did the thing that I wanted to do. Next up, Aga Tower. I already did that poorly. I'm gonna look for somebody to raid. I'm gonna cut the recording and upload it to YouTube.